1994, that mintage was 372,000. And in 1994, in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti, is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized, by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti Heraldic.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
at the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have one of the most extraordinary silver dollars in United States coinage you could hope to own. This coin, folks, first of all, it's extraordinarily low mintage, but that alone is not what makes it so special. What makes it so special is what it means and what the coin is all about. It's an iconic image of one of the most famous battles in our country's history, a battle we're all very, very familiar with. And this coin also celebrates the 230th anniversary of the Marine Corps. But most of all, in this image just seems to me, it epitomizes what our country is all about. It's about average Americans doing something great for their country. And here's the picture that we're also very familiar with, the raising of the flag on Iwo Jima, on Mount Suribachi. Now, we're all very, very familiar with this picture, and in fact, there's a monument of it in Washington, D.C., of this picture taken by Joe Rosenthal. But here, what's most interesting, folks, is here is the original raising of the flag that not many people know about. This is the original raising of the flag when it was first raised, but they decided for photographic purposes they wanted something a little more dynamic. So they had some soldiers reassemble the next day, and they shot this second picture, which we're going to go back to. So you had these six men there, 6 soldiers. You had Ira Hayes, Frank Sousley, Michael Strank, John Bradley, Rene Gagnon, and Harlan Block. And John Bradley wasn't even in the Marines or in the Army. He was actually a sailor. Now, when that flag was raised, folks, Iwo Jima had not been conquered. That was just the raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi. There was still battles to be fought on that island before we had control over it. In fact, 3 of the people in that image, Harlan Block, who's the man who's right there at the base pushing the flag in, Frank Sousley, who's the second man from the end on the left there, and Michael Strank right in front of Frank Sousley, who you can barely see. He's kind of in the background. Those 3 men never made it off the island. They were dead within about a week, died in battle. Only three of those fellows made it off the island. And that makes it all the more meaningful to us. The sacrifices, Americans have paid generation after generation after generation to keep our country free. And this is just one of the many things that makes this coin so special. The coin is the 2005 Marine Corps. And I got the best deal on these coins I've ever had in my lifetime. And folks, they're rare coins. There were fewer than 50,000 struck. Now, I'm not talking about the proof version of the Marine Corps silver dollar. Again, this is a 90% silver dollar, same silver content as a Morgan dollar, as a peace dollar. And this is not the proof version. They struck over 500,000 of the proof version. But they only struck 49,000 of the mint state version. Now, to put that in perspective, the lowest Morgan dollar mintage is the 1893S, where they struck 100,000 coins. The lowest peace dollar mintage is the 1928P, where they struck 360,000 coins. So here you got a coin with a mintage, 49,000 struck. A lower mintage than the Standing Liberty Quarter, 1916P, 52,000 struck of those. And you get one of those in good condition, it's worth a couple $1,000s. And I have these in the finest condition, these 2005P Marine Corps. I have them in MS-69, and I have them even in MS-70. This is an amazing, once-in-a-lifetime deal. And I bought the entire deal. I have them at a great price. But please, let's take a look at these coins now. These are just spectacular. Just, one of the greatest silver dollar commemoratives the United States Mint has ever produced. You see that iconic image there of the Marine Corps, of the raising of the flag on Iwo Jima there. You see the date there, Marines, 1775 to 2005, the 230th anniversary. In God we trust to the right, and those words, liberty, embracing the perimeter of the coin, and those 6 brave soldiers right there. And then on the reverse of the coin, the famous Marine Corps emblem, the eagle, globe, anchor, semper fidelis, always faithful, and the denomination at the bottom, $1. It's a great coin, folks. Great coin. Again, it's a 90% silver dollar, same silver content as a Morgan and Peace dollar. What's so cool, though, is again, it is one of the rarest pieces. Here you have one of the most desirable silver dollars ever struck by the U.S. Mint, and at the same time, it's one of the rarest pieces ever struck. You look at the mintages of the 10 or 11 rarest Morgan and Peace dollars, starting with 450,000 That Peace Dollar with 360,000, the 1889 CC Morgan 350,000. You get one of those in just average good condition, they're thousands of dollars. And you get the 1893S in good condition, it's a few $1,000s. And there you have the Marine Corps. So this is a coin, folks, that's rare in any condition, any condition. There's always a lot of talk about the 1973S proof Eisenhower dollar, which is the rarest proof Eisenhower dollar. That coin had a mintage of about 1 million, about 20 times greater than the Marine Corps. An 1893S Morgan in just UNC condition, MS-60, is extremely rare, folks. And I'm not going to say the 2005P Marine Corps is as rare as a 1893S Morgan in uncirculated condition. But an 1893S Morgan in MS-60 uncirculated condition is a $100,000 coin. So, you know, what I'm saying is that if you're going to buy a silver dollar today, that gives you so much value, so much bang for your buck, that has so much long-term potential because it has tremendous absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition. Only 49,000 were struck. A lot fewer have survived, and only a tiny percentage have been graded in MS-60, and even fewer, or excuse me, in MS-69, and even fewer in MS-70. This is a coin. If we could get a close-up, Patrick, of one of the MS-69s that normally I'd be paying $140, $150 for, given its rarity. And I acquired an estate where they had these coins, and we had them graded, and the grades came out so very, very well. The coins were so well preserved that I am able to offer them today at my best ever price, a price I never believed would be possible. While I have these coins, folks, while I've got them, if you want a 2005P Marine Commem in MS-69 condition, graded by PCGS or NGC, MS-69, one grade from the highest. This is so much rarer than any silver American Eagle in Mint State. Those coins were struck in the millions and tens of millions. And they go for, you know, a lot of them go for $100, $200, $300 or more, and they were struck in the tens of millions. Here's a coin with fewer than 50,000 struck in MS-69. And normally, I am very thrilled to be able to offer this coin. Not $179 or $139, but $129 for one of these spectacular pieces in MS-69. You know, if you sent one of these in for grading, the grading fee, shipping fee, total service fees alone would cost you $40, $45. And then the shipping fee for you to ship it to them is another $5, $10. So you're into the coin over $50 just for the grading and shipping. And here you get this coin graded by PCGS or NGC, $129. Call in now while I have these, folks, because I have a limited number. This was an incredible estate, but they didn't all grade MS-69 and MS-70. So what I'm showing you is the very finest examples from this collection. If you want to get 2 examples, you can own 2 for only $249. If you want to get 5, you can own 5 for only $609. That's $121.80 a coin. And if you want to own 10, folks, a complete row, 10 across there, 10 coins, this is an amazing, amazing price. You can own 10 for less than $120 a coin, $119 a coin. For a coin that is extraordinarily rare, a silver dollar, one of the most popular silver dollar commemoratives in the history of the country, with one of the most important images, war images in the history of our country, that will be a sure home run for those of us who put these away for the long term. This thing is $1,190, all 10 of these. If you want to get a row of 10, it's only $1,190. We've got folks calling in already for this. You cannot find a better deal in U.S. numismatics. If you want a silver dollar of the finest quality with incredible rarity in any condition, incredible low mintage for only $1,190 for 10, folks. Now we do have some MS-70s at the top. We do have some MS-70s at the top, not a lot. But I was, again, when we were getting these coins graded in this estate, I was expecting to have to, ask something in the $395 range based on what I expected to get out of the estate. But we got more MS-70s that I hope could ever dream possible. And so I don't have these coins at $395 or even $295, folks. $259. $259. You can own 2 for only $509. And if you want 3 for only $749. That's less than $250 a coin. And finally, if you want to own an entire row of 5, like you see up there, an entire row of 5. An entire row of 5. It drops down to below $250 a coin. $1,229 for 5 examples in MS-70. That's only $245.80 a coin. This is just one of those opportunities that I just fantasize about as a collector and as a dealer. Being able to offer some silver dollars, one of the lowest mintage silver dollars in the history of our country, with one of the most important images, the most important iconic images that have the greatest meaning to our country. This is what our country has been all about ever since the Revolutionary War, all the battles we've fought from generation after generation. And it reminds us that each generation is responsible for the generation to come. We have our obligation to keep this country free, just like those men in that wonderful image on Iwo Jima there. Those 6 men, Ira Hayes, Frank Sousley, Michael Strank, John Bradley, Rene Gagnon, and Harlan Block. This is one of the greatest opportunities. I would encourage you to get quantities if you can, because I won't have this group for long. This was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. It's a thrill to be able to offer something like this. Again, let me repeat this. This is so important. You've got the Marine Corps 90% silver dollar. 90% silver dollar, just like a Morgan dollar or a Peace dollar. We've got a lot of folks calling in, and some people have just come in or are just seeing this presentation, but the lines are really busy right now. We're getting a lot of folks, Cameron tells me, who are buying 5 and 10 of the 6 9s. We just had one individual get 5 of the MS-70s. And here I'm just showing you the lowest mintage Morgan dollars. And those Morgan dollars with that kind of mintage are valuable in any condition, even if they're heavily worn in good condition. That 1893S heavily worn is a $2,000, $3,000 coin because they only struck 100,000. Here you got a 2005P Marine Corps, total mintage 49,000, and you've got not just average examples, but the finest surviving examples. The finest surviving examples. And this is why we have such an extraordinary response right now. Cameron's holding his fingers up for the number of people in the queue. We will get to you very, very shortly on this, folks. We've got a full bank of operators on call here for this. Let me go over the prices on this again. This was from an estate. I bought the coins ungraded. It was, these coins had been collected, hoarded for many, many, many years by the individual who acquired them. I believe he belonged to the Marine Corps. So, this meant a lot to him. It was a very, very special coin. And, we had the coins graded, and the grades came back. I got more high grades than I expected. And because of that, I'm able to give you this price this once-in-a-lifetime price for these coins that I never would have believed possible. Again, I'm going to go through it once more. You can own a single one example. Extremely low, super low mintage, folks. One of the lowest mintage silver dollars in the history of our country, or at least since 1900. Let's put it that way. You can even go back to the Morgan dollar era. You can go back to the Morgan dollar era, 1878, one of the lowest mintage Morgan dollars since 1878, in mint state condition. Total mintage of 49,671 coins. You can own one of these examples for only $129. You can own two for only $249. That's $124.50 a coin. You can own five for only $609. That's $121.80 a coin. And 10, a complete row of 10, which I have there up there on the stage. Complete row, 10 coins for $1,190. That's $119 a coin. That's just kind of a goofy low price. To get a coin this rare, a silver dollar, 90% silver dollar, not a clad dollar, not a 40% silver dollar, 90% silver dollar, just like a Morgan or Peace dollar, with one of the lowest mintages in silver dollars in the United States mint history. When you're talking about silver dollars struck since 1878, certainly they had some lower mintages back in the early 1800s. But if you're talking about anything struck the last 130, 40 years, this is among the rarest. And then we have the MS-70s. We have fewer of the MS-70s, of course. But if you want one of the MS-70s, folks, my expectations going in were that it would be somewhere in the $400 range, $450 range. But I am able to, because of, I got, this collection was so well preserved, so well taken care of. We got a few more MS-70s than we expected. So I have these coins at only $259 for an MS-70. They've only graded a couple thousand in MS-70 for the entire series, just a few thousand coins. MS-70, only $259. And if you want two, they're only $509. Three for $749, that drops it below $250 a coin. And then five, if you want to get a complete row of five like you see there, $1,229. That's only $245.80 a coin for an MS-70. Caitlin, could you give them one last hand shot of one of these MS-70s? That MS-70, folks, is perfection. That's perfection. That's the highest possible grade any coin can receive. So the MS-70 grade, if you can swing some of these to own perfection for this low a price, especially in a set of five, it's just a deal of a lifetime. You want to jump on this. This is just, you just don't find United States silver dollars with mintages under 100,000, under 50,000, that you can acquire in MS-70 for only $245.80 when you get five of them. Just an absolute silver dollar deal of the decade here. It's just spectacular. And then the MS-69s, one grade lower, you look at that coin, and let me tell you the difference between a 69 and a 70. Usually, when PCGS grades these coins, and the coin looks flawless under normal magnification, what they will do is pull the coin aside and then study it under higher magnification. And if under that higher magnification it still looks flawless, then they give it a grade of MS-70. But if under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, they then give it a 6.9. So in other words, these 6.9s you're looking at to the naked eye look perfect. And they're only $119 a coin. When do you get a set of 10? $119 a coin for a coin with a total mintage of 49,671 coins. There are some American Silver Eagles that have had over 700,000 examples graded in MS-69. Just graded. This is the total mintage. And only a tiny fraction of that mintage, folks, has graded MS-69 and MS-70 in this series. So this is a silver dollar. This is one of my favorites. I hope it's one of yours. I hope you get a few. You just will not find United States silver dollars with this kind of rarity, with this kind of meaningful image, with this kind of beauty. A coin that epitomizes our country, epitomizes America, and celebrates America. At the price I have it for you today. It's just a great, great coin, one of my favorites. I hope it is yours as well. You know, we're still getting a lot of folks calling in online on this. Cameron's telling me we still have a lot of people, but we do have, he says, one open line. So if you've been trying to get in, if you have been trying to get in, now is the time to do it. Call in now while we still have these. You know, again, this is a phenomenal estate, but there is a limited supply. They will run out. But until they do, I'm able to offer these at a never-before low price to you folks here, courtesy of RCTV. Thanks for watching from Caitlin and I here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Gentlemen, I am so excited to be able to present to you one of the rarest United States proof silver eagles in the highest grade possible as a first release. I have to tell you, 2021 has been an amazing year of numismatic thrills. With the retiring of the original Type 1 reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar comes a brand new design. And that is also in 2021. It has been created by a brilliant artist, part of the Artistic Infusion program. Emily Damstra is her name, has given us an eagle on the reverse that will rival John Mercanti's original heraldic eagle reverse. This coin, struck at San Francisco, is extremely rare. There were only 200,000 of these coins issued. When you start to look at silver dollars from past history, you'll hardly ever find a single coin with a mintage as low as 200,000. The other thing about this coin that is really amazing is that everybody wants it. This coin, with its brand new Type 2 design, has been eagerly anticipated for 2 years already. And when it finally was released, it was an incredible hardship to get your hands on one. They sold out so quickly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we like to do at Rare Collectibles TV is go for that ultimate example. And what I mean by that is perfection in numismatic striking. This is a collectible silver dollar that is not sold through a network of distributors around the country. But in order to get this coin, you must reach out to the U.S. Mint on your own. you must knock on their door. Now, there's only 200,000 of these coins that have been issued. So you're going to be knocking on the door with a lot of other people, year in and year out, with mintages that sometimes are 2, 3, 4, 5 times higher. The coins don't last long. Everybody who wants one gets shut out. So with 200,000 as the mintage, that's the entire amount that was struck by the U.S. Mint. We have the few that are in the absolute finest grade, highest grade, with the ultimate cameo designation of deep cameo. So we have a proof 70 deep cameo on the PCGS holder. It's DCAM and a first strike. Take a look at this, folks. Emily Damstra, who is the artist that created the reverse, has signed each and every one of these labels. This is a pedigree of a direct connection to an artist who's just now created a design for an American silver dollar. Can you imagine if you could have gotten a Morgan dollar with George T. Morgan's signature attached to it as part of the label or a note? That would have been priceless, that everybody would have had because of the connection between the designer and the coin. Well, that's a great attribute for this coin, but imagine a mintage of just 200,000 coins, a sellout so quick it's hard to imagine, a perfect proof silver dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint, what's known today as the Collector's Mint, because the San Francisco Mint is responsible for some of the finest silver dollars this country's ever produced. Here's where it's really important. Throughout all of the decades, and this coin has been struck since 1986, almost continuously, just 1 year was skipped. But as you can see, year in and year out, collectors line up to get an opportunity to own one of these coins. And as you can see where this coin ends up, it is the third rarest annual issue of a United States proof silver dollar from this series that you can get your hands on, with only 200,000 coins issued. Now, something else that's unbelievable. It is the first San Francisco struck coin for this year, for 2021. The mintage is only 200,000, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, we have this in the highest grade attainable. And as we look back at the whole history of this series, we can note that in perfect condition, a proof 70 deep cam, that they're really hard to get your hands on. Well, I was looking before, and if I'm not mistaken, on average for the entire series, it only happens 5.5% of the time. Not even 6% of the time will these coins grade in the highest grade attainable, in a proof 70 deep cameo. Now, something has happened in the last, well, I'd say 2 or 3 years to American silver dollars that I have never seen happen before. Demand for coins, literally, no matter what kind of silver dollar it is, from the beginning of silver dollars all the way to the present time, silver dollars are so heartily collected, so eagerly anticipated to receive in the mail when you get one, that everywhere we go, the shelves are empty, the United States Mint included, that everywhere we go, we seem to be not able to get the coins we want as collectors. Well, I want to let you know that this event right here was something that we worked so incredibly hard to bring to the show. In fact, take a look. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, these are a pre-sale, meaning before we know the rate that they certify in a perfect grade, it doesn't happen very often. It's less than 10%, it's less than 6%. Do you want to be guaranteed to get the ultimate version of one of the rarest silver dollars, the only one from the San Francisco Mint for the first year of the Type 2, the 2021, what has become an annual issue of a proof silver dollar, or do you want to wait to maybe never get one? Because they don't grade often in the highest grade. And the statistics bear that out. I recommend that you take the opportunity right now to own this coin. And ladies and gentlemen, we're offering this coin for $595. You can buy with confidence because we offer a numismatic 30-day money-back guarantee. So important to know that you can buy with confidence. $595 for the first 2021 San Francisco Struck Type 2 American Silver Eagle dollar. In a perfect Proof 70 deep cameo, first of its kind issue, the first Type 2. Response for this coin when we're not on the air has been a frenzy. It's chaotic. You should see what's going on behind the scenes. The phones are ringing. Everybody wants it. They've been off the hook ringing for months already. People have been lining up. They've been giving their names. I got to get one of these coins. Give me an opportunity. How much are they going to cost? I'll pay anything. I want to start my new series. I want to add to my collection. I want to be guaranteed to get a perfect Proof 70 graded coin. Now, it means so much because numismatics is unlike any other hobby. We adhere to strict grading criteria, which makes coins like these guaranteed by grade, which means this coin will be graded by PCGS as a perfect Proof 70 deep cameo. And that also means that anywhere in the world it will be recognized as a perfect condition coin. Now let's get to it, folks, because Emily Damstra, as I said earlier, was part of the Artistic Infusion program and is. She contributed a design of her coin with 38 other artists who were invited by the Treasury Department to contribute their potential design for a brand new reverse on a silver dollar. So out of all that artistic talent, she was the winner. This is not her first opportunity to create coins for world mints, because her career has featured over 40 designs that have become coins. And she has contributed to the U.S. coin catalog, if you will, with all kinds of great issues. American Innovation dollars and America the Beautiful quarters. And so much artistry. I mean, the list goes on and on. But I have to say, this is quickly becoming her crowning glory. Now, for those of you collectors who know this already, this silver dollar has been issued since 1986. It's not a newcomer. One of the reasons why it's been embraced, not just by us collectors here in the US of A, but by collectors all over the world, well, it's because of the design of the coin. On its obverse, you have featured an updated, re-engraved, kind of reinvigorated design that was made famous in 1916. In 1916, Adolph A. Wyman created that design, that allegorical of liberty, known as the Walking Liberty, for a $50. The thing about being able to get a big, gigantic proof silver dollar and then have it updated in terms of its detail, you are witnessing detail on this coin that you could never have seen on even the finest Walking Liberty $50. You're getting an opportunity to buy the highest grade a coin can achieve, a 70 grade, in this case, a Proof 70. There's really two types of coins. There are business strikes, coins that are struck to be released into circulation or that feature a satin finish across the surface of the coin. And it really involves the die prep. And then there are the collector's versions of those coins. Coins that are struck from specially prepared dies. But it's not just the prepared dies that give the coin its amazing look. It's the striking process. An unbelievable amount of expertise goes into the striking of these coins. They are struck on a hand-operated press, literally one at a time, with an extreme amount of pressure. And they're not just struck once. They are struck repeatedly, at least 2 times, to bring out detail, to bring out depth, to bring out the rim, and to bring out the background of the coin as a mirror that you have never seen before. And that's the difference between a business strike and a proof. A proof, and in this case, the proof Deep Cameo, appears as black and white. However, when you get the coin in hand, when you're looking at the coin, you're going to see your own reflection back, because that background is the finest mirror you've ever seen. Flawless. And in order to get a perfect grade of proof 70, well, this coin has got to be viewed not just with the naked eye, but under magnification, 5 times magnification. And if flaws are detected, the coin cannot be called a perfect proof 70. It would have to be a proof 69. So the few coins that exhibit perfection under magnification are right here. The artist has contributed a historic pedigree. And you can go back and think, wow, if I had the autograph of all these great designers of United States for the beauty, but for the rarity of that highest grade, of the rarity of being the finest known. Well, think about it, folks. You get that, and you get so much more. You get the only 2021 struck at San Francisco. You get part of an annual release. Every year, this silver dollar is issued. And every year, collectors fight, literally, to own one of the small fraction of the entire mintage that will grade in a perfect proof 70 grade. We're giving everybody an opportunity as a pre-sale before the first one of these coins are delivered. Before we know how many are going to grade in perfection, we just look at the historical record and know it's never many. And we're going to guarantee everybody an opportunity at $595 to own this rarity. Now, collectors love coins from the San Francisco Mint. Ever since the first Morgan dollars were issued out of San Francisco in 1878, a large silver dollar-sized coin, that big, beautiful hunk of silver, has been sought after by collectors the worldwide. Think of it. This is a table that features millions of coins that have been struck in the various years of the series. And every one of the mintages that we see on the table, well, those coins are not sitting at the U.S. Mint on shelves. They were long since shipped out. Collectors have them in their collections. They have them locked away. They have them squirreled away where no one's going to know where they are. And a mintage of 200,000 total meant to sell out so quickly. Think of the hundreds of thousands, maybe even the millions of people who just didn't get an opportunity to get one. Now, I want to mention something else that's really important. We could easily feature these coins ungraded. I mean, after all, they're amazing. The U.S. Mint never handles them. They strike them twice. It's a special striking process. They're done by hand. You know, after 15 or 20 coins are struck, they stop the whole process. They stop the press, pull the dies out, and put in another pair, a fresh pair. So the dies never, ever get the slightest opportunity to be anything but pristine. That's how the finest examples are created. And still, when you look at the historical record, hardly any ever grade in a perfect grade. No time to waste. I mean, literally, that is the ultimate call to action. You just cannot count on these being available except right now. This is a pre-sale. These have yet to be delivered. You're guaranteed to get the ultimate grade. you're guaranteed to get a locked-in price of $595. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Here's one at $100 more. Not only are we saving you money, but we're offering the ultimate. We're offering the pedigree. When you have an established series of silver dollars like the Silver Eagle dollar, what it means is you have collectors from yesteryear, and you have collectors just jumping in, and you have a mintage of 200,000. And you know, like I was saying, well, we could have taken the easy way out. We could have gotten coins that were just direct from the mint, uncertified, not making a stop off at the grading service. But instead, we've gone a different direction. What we've done is offered the highest grade, the pinnacle achievement in numismatic grading. I want all collectors to know that this is the finest silver dollar that you can get, the finest grade, the highest designation of strike, the deep cameo. Its pedigree is insured. It has a label that is signed by the artist that created that reverse. The mintage is only 200,000, folks. The grading service, impeccable. We're offering the coin at $595. It wasn't long ago, and I'm talking about a day or two, that there was a lot of debate around here about just what the price should be of this coin. Because we saw that the coin had sold out so quickly that almost everywhere you went, they were gone. That you could leave a name on a list if you wanted to, and maybe you'll get a call in the future at who knows what price. Or we could really get out there in an aggressive manner and make sure that we got our collectors the highest grade that they're used to. And that involved doing a pre-sale. That involved guaranteeing a perfect coin before the first one is even delivered. We love the big silver dollar coins. We love the dramatic feel of its weight, the store of wealth that it represents, even the history that it represents. I mean, dollar coins in the United States of America were an instrument of finance that literally built this country. The silver that was discovered here in the USA that went straight into the treasury coffers made this country not just a fledgling democracy, but a republic, a mighty power. It begins with the almighty dollar. That's the reason why they call it that. This is an extension of that in a form that you rarely see. In a perfect proof 70 deep cameo, first of its kind issue, the first Type 2. Boy, I hope I mentioned that enough, that the Type 1 is gone. There will never be another Mercanti Type 1 reverse, the heraldic eagle. It has been replaced by Emily Damstra's rendition of an eagle coming in for a landing at the nest with an oak branch in its talons, because eagles build their nests in oak trees, and they build them out of oak branches. A place where they return as a family every year, a breeding pair. And this is representative of what America stands for, the all-inclusiveness. And you can even see it in that design. But what I love about it most, before we wrap this up, is you can actually see with your mind's eye the nest out of sight where the eagle's going to land, with the mother eagle there and the eaglets. You can envision that because Emily made it so emotional that it invokes that feeling. You know it's there, it's just out of sight. So ladies and gentlemen, one last time, this coin has got some major attributes. 200,000 mintage, third rarest of all the annual issues. The only one for 2021 from the San Francisco Mint, the Type 2. A perfect proof 70 grade. And as a pre-sale for $595, could be your only opportunity to get this coin in the absolute finest known. the rarest proof gold eagle. It's also the last one you have ever had the opportunity to get. 2021 is a special year for numismatics everywhere, but this is the league leader right here. Take a look. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, Type 1. First of all, we all know the story. Everything is being retired. The silver eagles, well, little known to everybody, is the same thing is happening to the United States gold eagle, the granddaddy, that coin that contains that original St. Gaudens design on its obverse, giving you the opportunity to get a proof St. Gaudens design in the ultimate grade. A perfect proof 70 deep cameo. This is a very special issue that this has been building up since the beginning of this series in 1986 to this event right now. The last of these coins. That's it right there. The reverse that you are looking at, which has been on that coin since 1986, which has a great backstory as well, is being retired. Every single year that there has been a proof gold eagle issued, any gold eagle for that matter, it has contained that reverse. No more. 2021, it is being retired. Midway through this year, there will be a Type 2 design coming out. To make that even more exciting, listen to what the Mint has done, ladies and gentlemen. They have put the most minuscule cap on this mintage that you have ever seen. As a single coin entity with an amazing pedigree, this coin had a maximum mintage. Are you ready? Not 45,000, not 30,000, not 20,000. All those would be really, really low mintages. You'd be running to the phone right now. But a 4,500 limit, 4,500 coins. Now, we have a few of these coins in the ultimate grade. They have been PCGS graded. Each one is a proof 70 deep cameo. And if you're not a coin collector, if you've just stopped on this channel just by luck, it is your lucky day. This is the highest grade attainable for a gold coin or any coin. The grade of proof 70, the grade with a number in it, any grade, mint, state, or proof, with a 70 after it, indicates a perfect condition coin. And the DCAM stands for deep cameo. And let me tell you, deep cameo is very easy to describe. All you have to do is look at the image of that coin, and what you see in the background appears like a very, very dark black mirror. And the foreground, that design of Liberty striding forward, is all satin. That's the cameo. In fact, in this case, deep cameo on both sides of the coin. The ultimate designation. Not cameo, deep cameo. The excitement is building within myself. I have seen this coin before, and I am so excited about it. Now, let's get right to it. It's got a great story to it. Before I do, I've got pages and pages of mintage figures. Seriously, I must have 20 pages here. I'll tell you, to summarize all of these pages, you get to the very last page, and you will find this coin that we're featuring as the lowest mintage of all these examples. So now the program began in 1986. You may have heard of the Liberty Coin Act signed into law by Ronald Reagan in 1985. It's very famous for the Silver Eagle dollars. But within that act was the authorization also for the U.S. Mint to strike gold. And the Gold Eagle was born that day as well. And striking began in 1986, just like the Silver Eagle. James Baker was Secretary of the Treasury at the time, made a bold leap. He chose for the obverse design of this coin something that was instantaneously recognizable all over the world. The ultimate design of Augustus St. Gaudens Renaissance coin, the $20 gold double eagle. Now, this coin has been viewed all over the world and agreed upon by collectors, numismatists, pretty much everybody, to be the most strikingly beautiful example of a United States gold coin ever issued. Something else happened along the way as well. The reverse was chosen from a sculpture that was done by an artist by the name, her name at the time was Miley Buziak. Her name now, her married name, Miley Frost. And there's a real great backstory to the reverse right there. which I'm going to tell you. But before we do, you got to get on the phone for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you the end of my table of pages and pages of United States gold coins, proof gold eagles in all the denominations, where this coin falls, this single entity, $50 gold proof, issued by the United States at West Point. Now, this last page is the end of the list, and at the very bottom of this list is the 2021 Type 1, the last coin ever, with the maximum mintage of 4,500. And as it turned out, the mintage came in a little bit lower than that, 4,422 coins. Now, nobody's going to get this coin, except for those of you watching this show right now. I'm already seeing newspaper articles, not just coin articles, but newspaper articles about this coin. The ultimate example of the last one ever issued ends up having the smallest mintage. And its time was so limited to be offered that, well, you can imagine with less than 4,500 coins struck, how many people are not going to be able to get the coin. But if you're watching Rare Collectibles TV right now, it really is an amazing stroke of the ultimate sense of timing is everything. I want to get right into some comparison pricing because a couple of the coins that you'll see on this table right here that are not as low as the coin we're featuring, I have prices for those right here. And I want to start with, there's some darn low mintages there too. Look at the 2018 with a mintage of 9,961. And I found one, also a PCGS graded coin, also first day of issue, by the way, ours are as well. And also a perfect graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo. So basically it's the identical design, the identical size, a different date, but same grade, the ultimate grade. $19,000. You won't find many of those, folks, because there were not many. Let's take a look at the mintage of the 2017. 12,723. Look at that. First day of issue, $18,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to stop everything here because I was going to wait a little bit to price this coin, but I can already hear the bedlam taking place with the phone operators. We're offering this coin, not for $20,000, it's got a lower mintage, or 25 or even 30. And believe me, I think we would sell every one we have at that price quite easily. It's truly a rarity among rarities. But we're offering this coin at less than $5,000, $4,995. If you want to own one of these coins, I can help you do it. Give us a call right now. You can lock up this coin immediately. Your name is going to be put on one of the coins on the display here. These are the coins that customers are buying right now. These are the coins. This is all we have. Everybody out there where the phones are ringing like crazy are trying to get one of these coins. $4,995. And what I'm saying is right now, you can lock in one of these coins for $2,497.50. And you can wait a whole month. And then you can pay the other payment of $2,497.50, and that coin will be sent to you. You're going to guarantee yourself you're going to get the lowest mintage on the single coin standalone entity of the rarest of the Gold Eagles and the last Type 1, the last one with the Buziak reverse that is going away. It's being retired. Now, everybody knows that the reverse on the Silver Eagle is going away. Not that many people know that this one is going away. It's gone. That's the last one. From now on, any further issues of that coin will be the Type 2s. So needless to say, if you're collecting by set, you're going to need this coin. If you want the rarest one by, the mintage of 4,500, you want this coin. If you want a price that is just, it's mind-boggling, it's shocking, it's amazing. I got to commend it to the buyers at this company. I got to commend Jack. I really do. And I got to give a shout out to Rick as well, because these two guys battled for months ahead of time to get a leg up on these coins, to bring these coins to the network, and to bring them at a price you're never going to see again. This is the ultimate coin at the ultimate grade with the ultimate cameo designation and the ultimate mintage. There's not a single thing lacking from this coin. perfect condition, first day of issue. Wow. And again, let me just say, I am surrounded by facts and figures about this coin. But here's where the heart and soul of collecting really comes into play. In 1985, Ronald Reagan, who had battled, this was his second term. In his first term, Ronald Reagan, he must have been a coin collector. He had a soft spot in his heart for numismatics. He had this idea that he would like the United States of America to compete with coins all around the world that people were buying. But we didn't offer a gold coin. For years, they had been trying to get this act passed by Congress. And it finally happened in 1985, and it was known as the Liberty Coin Act. And the Liberty Coin Act had two things in it. The first one was the authorization for the Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration coins. There was $5 gold, $half coins, and $1 coins. But as an addendum to the Liberty Coin Act was the authorization for the mint to start striking these gold eagles. And so in 1986, the first ones were struck. This will give you just a little idea of some of the mintages of the coins. And what I'm doing by this, folks, is illustrating for you the popularity year in and year out of these coins. People line up, literally, to get one of these coins. There has never been a $50 gold with this pedigree, this amazing label, this first day of issue, this Proof 70 grade, this mintage of less than 4,500 that we have been able to offer. Never. This is the first of its kind, and it is less, ladies and gentlemen, than $5,000. Here's the thing. I mentioned Miley Buziak, who is now Miley Frost. She was a great fan of Ronald Reagan's. It's amazing how many really great admirers Reagan had. Mr. Mercanti was a really big fan of Ronald Reagan's. And of course, he worked for him, really, when he was at the U.S. Mint. Miley Buziak actually went to the Republican National Convention in 1980, and Ronald Reagan gave a speech. And he talked about, really, the family that America is, how we all come together. And interestingly enough, Miley had done a sculpture. And I want to show you what this sculpture looked like. She's in the audience listening to Ronald Reagan's acceptance speech. He was nominated, 1980, for President of the United States. And of course, he won. And this sculpture, you see, was created by Miley. And one thing you're going to notice about it right off the bat, it is the image of the reverse that is going away of the gold eagles. And you came about in a very, very unbelievable way. So she was at the Republican National Convention, and she conceived of this sculpture called Together, a New Beginning. And Reagan saw it. She submitted it, and the Republican National Convention loved it. And Ronald Reagan was so enamored with it that he gave one of these sculptures to each one of the 52 Iranian hostages that came back in the moment when he was inaugurated for his first term. And when she heard that James Baker was actively soliciting contributions by artists to come up with the reverse for this new coin that, well, he chose, the Augustus St. Gaudens beautiful design for the obverse, but they were really in search of a reverse. And so Miley was thinking, it would be wonderful listening to his speech of the, family, a new beginning, if this sculpture could be submitted to the U.S. Mint and if it could be adopted as a reverse. And wouldn't you know, that's exactly what happened. And so when we tie together Ronald Reagan as being the father of the Liberty coin program, the American Eagle coin program, we really never get around to mentioning this important fact, and I'll tell you why. It's kind of buried in all of these stories, and I recently came across it, and I was amazed at the connection that Reagan had to this coin as well. Now, we've come to the time when it is being retired. That in itself has made coin collectors create a stampede to all the issues that are being retired in 2021, of which this gold coin is one of the leading ones. The mintage alone would be enough to just set the world on fire, but the fact that this is the last of the Type 1s that ends the entire series, because you see, every year since 1986, with the exception of 1 year, 2009, there was actually a shortage of gold that year, but every year this coin has been released, and in many different sizes as well. So what I want to show you, and again, I have so many of these pages of mintage figures, but here is something amazing. Because what they worked up for me on this one is all of them that have been issued. And here's a great example. Now you see the $5 size, which is the 1/10 ounce, the $50 size, which is the 1 ounce. And as you can see, the $10 size, which is the 1/4 ounce, $25 size, which is the 1/2 ounce, you can see the mintages. When we analyzed each and every single issue by the US Mint of these coins, the conclusion was unanimous. The ultimate coin is the 2021. And folks, this pedigree coin, this coin with a single entity limited mintage of 4,500 is the coin on the display right now. That in itself is an amazing fact that just screams value. But the fact of being able to have the first day of issue, the ultimate grade, a Proof 70 deep cameo, the highest grade attainable is the grade on these coins. The highest designation for a cameo coin is the designation on these coins. First day of issue, one of the ultimate labels. PCGS, one of the oldest established grading services that has had some of the greatest numismatists grading coins at their grading service and has graded some of the all-time classics. Recently, you folks may have heard that, you know, the 1933 $20 gold St. Gaudens, the one from the King of Siam set that was auctioned off in 2001. Do you remember that? It was in New York City. You want to know how I know? I was there. I saw it sell for $7.8 million. That was in 2001. Well, folks, it recently sold. It brought almost $20 million. It has the same design, but I'll tell you, it does not have a proof version. You're going to say a matte proof, satin finish. A bright proof finish was never available in a $20 gold St. Gaudens. This one is the ultimate in design. When you look at the beauty of this coin, what you see is the highest example. But I want to take another shot here because you're going to see detail here that you never will see on a gold St. Gaudens. And I love gold saints, believe me. We sell a ton of them. They're amazing. But you will never be able to own the highest grade of a St. Gaudens because they're museum pieces. They don't exist. They're in collections, and there were only a couple, and they will never come out. And they're millions and millions of dollars. Here's an opportunity to get a higher grade than those, to get a bright proof mirrored finish, to get a perfect Proof 70 grade, deep cameo. This is the ultimate example of the ultimate coin, the last one in the series. Forevermore, the Type 1s are gone. And soon there will be a Type 2 version, and everything will start all over. We're in a transition year for this coin, and that means midway through this year, all production stops on this coin. That's why they capped the mintage so low. You've never seen that before. Normally, they'll leave it open for a short window of time, and the mintages will just be whatever people order directly from the mint. In this case, nope. It was a strict limit. That was it. And if you didn't get one, well, unfortunate, isn't it? This is an opportunity where you will not have to submit on your own behalf multiple coins of this variety just to get that one perfect grade, because we did all that. $4,995. And I cannot say enough how important this coin is going to be. And I'll tell you, Up until just about a week or so ago, I didn't know this story of how important this reverse was to this coin. James Baker, who was the Secretary of the Treasury at the time, had selected St. Gaudens's design for the obverse of this coin. The reason for that was to give this coin instant credibility, instant demand. But they searched for a reverse. And as it came about, this reverse that was being presented to the former Iranian hostages and other people who had worked so hard to elect Reagan to his first term of president, to get him the nomination, became the design that was selected by Baker to grace this coin. And it remained from 1986 all the way to 2021. And when you look at the last coin of any series, it's always so much in demand because it's going away. You won't be able to get them anymore. So all the people who waited because they thought they had all the time in the world are in a hurry. You can't hurry for this coin because it was gone in a minute. Rare Collectibles TV has this coin in the ultimate grade for $4,995. When you hear the soon-to-be elected President of the United States give a speech talking about the family of Americans, talking about coming together, it was a time in history that was, the U.S. was really trying to regain its standing in the world at that time. And when you hear in person this speech being given, and you see in your mind the art that you've created, and you know it's meant for this coin, meant for this reverse, and you actually petition the U.S. Mint, petition the Treasury to take a look at this design, and then lo and behold, the future President of the United States of America loves it, is giving away these sculptures to people who deserve them, people in his campaign, and the former hostages. Well, it was a natural to include this family of eagles on the reverse of this coin. We're going to miss this design, but I want to close by saying this. Don't miss the last one. They're going to go away, but get this last one. There will not be a second opportunity. If you've waited all this time, all these decades to own one of these coins, let it be the single rarest. Let it be the highest grade. Let it be the ultimate deep cameo. Let it be a first day of issue. And let it be certified by PCGS. When you get all of that together, you got the ultimate example of an original design that has set the world on fire. And I might add, this design, a beautiful St. Gaudens rendition of A Walking Liberty, first hit the scene in 1907. And it has been coveted, it has been collected, it has been sought after since that day. But I want to say this, back then, or even a week ago, you could never get this example. So the final version of the ultimate, the $50 gold, the 1 ounce, $4,995, don't forget, split the payments in 2 equal payments, $2497.50. And ladies and gentlemen, this coin, the ultimate, will be coming to you, and the rarest. Thank you so much for watching.
I watched a documentary on the Revolutionary War. It was a 6 or 7 part series in 1-hour segments. And I was struck once again by the incredible ultimate sacrifice men and women of our country have made time and again in the Revolutionary War and in many wars since, to give up everything, including life itself, for liberty. That one word, liberty, so that we Americans may all live in a free country, a land of liberty. Now, when Patrick Henry uttered those famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death," it wasn't just a nice sounding speech. He really meant it. We are most fortunate to have inherited those freedoms passed down to us from the sacrifices of past generations of Americans. and that we Americans living today must in turn protect and preserve for the generations to come. It's all there on every one of our coins. That word, liberty. It's on every United States coin struck today. We have so much to be grateful for. And we have our coins as our inspiration, our daily reminder of who we are. There are many reasons I love United States coins, but for me personally, this is the most important reason. It is what United States coinage stands for, what our country stands for, and what we stand for. When I look at a U.S. coin, I think again how proud I am to be an American. I've got some of my favorite Proof Kennedy half dollars for you today, folks. Now, the Proof Kennedy half dollar series, the first year of the Kennedy half dollar series was 1964. It's the longest running half dollar series in the history of numismatics. They're still being minted and struck today. So it is an incredible series. It's obviously very, very popular. And the great thing about it is that there's a lot of really tough key dates that in the years ahead, these key dates are going to become more and more valuable with the passage of time. And those are the dates I'm focusing on today in proof condition. The dates I have are the 1968, 1969, and 1970 Kennedys. And these are really, really important because these were the last of the silver Kennedy half dollars struck what I call the old-fashioned way. Back in that earlier era, in order to make a cameo, the cameo was, the mint discovered was incredibly popular with collectors versus a regular brilliant proof with no cameo contrast. I have a picture here of a 1964 Proof Kennedy half dollar, first year of issue, and it's the typical 1964 Proof Kennedy half dollar. It has what we call brilliant surfaces. In other words, there's no cameo contrast between the fields of the coin and the portrait of Kennedy. And then to the right, we have what we call a deep cameo, or NGC calls it an ultra cameo. Notice the frosted portrait on that face of Kennedy, and the eagle on the reverse would be frosted as well if it's an ultra cameo. Now, in those early years, those coins were extremely rare because back in those early years, the way they made these early cameo dies, and it's a really kind of interesting, very interesting and kind of humorous process when you think about it. But they used to take the dies and put them in a bath of 95% alcohol, 5% nitric acid, and dip the dies in this acid bath. They called it pickling. And this pickling process would completely acid etch the entire surface of the die. And then they would take the die and put it on a buffing wheel. The fields would be exposed to the buffing wheel, and they'd buff it until the fields had a mirror-like finish. But the portrait of Kennedy on the die was recessed. It would never receive the buffing treatment, so it retained that acid-etched cameo effect. And so the very first strikes off that die would have that cameo effect, that acid-etched cameo effect, transferred to the coin blank. The problem with those acid-etched cameo dies is that they were very delicate. As you can imagine, those surfaces, when you have 200 tons of die pressure, folks, 200 tons of die pressure, and a proof is struck twice under higher pressure, that acid-etched cameo effect would slowly wear away until even after for some years, just a few dozen strikes, the cameo effect would be greatly diminished. And so for these early years, those Kennedy half dollars with exceptional cameo contrast can be extremely rare. Now, the mint, in order to make more cameos and to, have more happy customers, because imagine back then, ordering 10 proof sets from the mint in 1970, and you get 10 sets and all the Kennedys are brilliant proofs, and maybe your buddy orders one set from the mint and he gets lucky and he gets this beautiful cameo. So you had a lot of unhappy collectors. So the Mint in the early 1970s began to experiment with new ways to make cameos so they could strike more of these beautiful cameo coins for the collectors. They actually began to sandblast the dies to create an intense cameo effect. And they would, of course, then buff the fields, but they then had a chrome plating process to harden the dies to give them extra durability. Now, they began doing this in 1972, 73. And by the late 70s, they pretty much had the process perfected so that when you bought a proof set from the U.S. Mint, they would all be a deep cameo. For example, here's a 1991 set. This is the packaging these sets came in. You could have ordered 100 1991 sets back then, and they would all be these beautiful, beautiful deep cameo coins, as you see here on that Kennedy half dollar, because they had perfected the proof-making process so they could strike hundreds and hundreds of these beautiful deep cameos or ultra cameos before the die would wear. And as soon as it began to show signs of wear, they would replace it with a new die. So you were guaranteed of getting a beautiful ultra cameo. Now here are some proof sets just struck 20 years earlier. And this is typical. You could order 100 sets and they'd all look like this. Here's a 1971 Kennedy. Has some very light frost, but it's very, very light. It's basically a brilliant proof. Here's another one. And these are 71s. Now again, you compare that coin to the 1991. And you can see the difference. So, when you're collecting proof Kennedy half dollars, the dates I focus on are those dates struck in the mid-1970s and earlier. And especially rare are the dates pre-1972, from 1964 to 1971. To get these Kennedy half dollars with the heaviest cameo contrast, this is where they are extremely rare. And I've got among the finest known examples for you today, folks. I've got 3 different sets to offer you. I've got the 1968, 1969, and 1970 Kennedys. I have that set in proof 68. And they're beautiful proofs. They're not cameo, but they're beautiful, brilliant proofs in proof 68 condition. Now, there are no proof 70s graded by NGC for these years. These are just beautiful, brilliant proofs. The 1968 to 1970 set is really significant because 1968 was the first year the Kennedy half dollar was struck in proof at the San Francisco Mint. Before that, the Kennedy proofs were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. So that's an important year. And then 1970 is as important because that's the last year these coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint on a silver planchet using the old acid-dipping cameo die preparation technologies. So this is kind of the end of an era in the proof Kennedy half dollar series. I've got a special on these, 3 dates, folks. Got them at a great, great price. Here's a dealer who's got a 1970S in proof 68 just for the 1970S alone. And you'll typically see these priced between, between $50 and $100 a coin for just one date. Here's one in proof 68 for $118. I've got this 3-coin set in proof 68 for only $99. $99 for the 3-coin set, folks. That's $33 a coin, okay? That's a special. If you want to just build a really nice Kennedy proof collection, this is a great place to start. Now, on the other hand, if you're one of those collectors like me, I'm one of those guys. When I first started collecting coins, I had to get the most beautiful coins possible for the date. That's what I have in these next 2 Kennedy sets. Beautiful, beautiful, high-end, ultra cameo Kennedy half dollars in proof 68 ultra cameo and proof 69 ultra cameo. 69 ultra cameo is the highest numerical grade in ultra cameo given by NGC. And they are in my new, I call it my Kennedy aspiration holder. Now you may be familiar with my Franklin We the People holder. The NGC Franklin We the People holder is historic. It really is, I think, one of the most important contributions I could make for the collector of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. This is a holder that has to go through my own personal grading. I call it the Kennedy Aspiration Holder. Both are really significant. In the months ahead, I will have a custom holder, a proprietary holder for the Eisenhower Dollar Series. Now, what's the purpose? What's the point of these special custom holders? Well, folks, I've spent my adult life focusing on these coins in proof condition. I've written many books on them, okay? I've specialized in the finest proofs from this era now since the early 1980s. I take a lot of pride in offering my clients the very best possible quality for the price. And that's what these Franklin and Kennedy holders represent. Now, I call it the Kennedy Aspiration Holder because there's two famous quotes on this holder by John F. Kennedy. On the obverse, you have two quotes. The first is most famous: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And then the following year, he gave his "We Choose to Go to the Moon" speech. And that's what started us on our journey to land on the moon in July of 1969. In that speech, to quote, "We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too." And so that's what I chose for this new proprietary Kennedy holder. The significance to you is that only the finest, the heaviest ultra cameos go into one of these proprietary holders. And we've got a comparison on the right to show you the difference between your generic NGC ultra cameo and one in the aspiration holder. Now, the one on the left is a ultra cameo, but it's not as frosted as the example in the Kennedy Aspiration Holder. Now, again, this is the critical part, folks. You're not buying the grade on the holder, you're buying the coin in the holder. So when I review these coins, to go in the Aspiration Holder, the coin has to go onto my desk and I review the coin. And if it has the quality and eye appeal I think is really exceptional for the date and grade, I send it to NGC and they encapsulate in the aspiration holder. So it has to go through yours truly. And that's what it's all about. These coins will have their own separate NGC populations. Just as the Franklin We the People holder, where NGC will have the separate populations for the We the People Franklin, same with the Kennedys, and same with the Eisenhower dollars, which are coming up in the months ahead. Now, how rare are these Kennedy half dollars? Well, if you went on the NGC website and look at all the examples they've graded in 6.8 Ultra Cameo and 6.9 Ultra Cameo, it's a tiny percentage, far less than 1%. Key dates are really the 1968 and 1970. In 1969, not quite as difficult. These are all the Kennedys graded in 6.8 Ultra Cameo and 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Now, aspiration quality might represent 25 to 35% of those totals, folks. They're going to be extremely rare. Maybe about 1 in every 500 to 1,000 Kennedy half dollars struck during this era are going to have the kind of cameo contrast you see on these coins that I have in this set. It's a great, great set. Here's some generic Kennedys in Deep Cameo and Ultra Cameo. Here's a Proof 68 Deep Cameo. The 1969 of the 3 years, again, is not quite as rare as the 1968 and 1970. It's very rare, but not quite as rare as those other two dates. And here's a dealer who's asking, basically $200 for a 69 and 6.8 Deep Cameo. Now here's a 1968 6.9 Ultra Cameo. This does not look like aspiration quality. And again, it looks like a generic Ultra Cameo. And it's a $700 coin. There's a dealer with 99.9% positive feedback. Here's a 1969 6/8 Ultra Cameo, $499. Here's a 1970 6/9 Ultra Cameo. Again, kind of like the generic example that we have, $795. Folks, take a look at the 6/8 Ultra Cameos that I have here. If you just want one really nice early Kennedy half dollar, I have a few more examples of the 1969. Again, it's not quite as rare as the 1968 and 1970. So if you want to buy the 1969 and just that one coin, they are available for only $195. $195. Now, when you get the Ultra Cameos, if you just get the 1969 Ultra Cameo, you'll get a booklet that'll explain the Kennedy aspiration holder with a couple pictures that shows you the difference between, again, a generic Kennedy and an aspiration Kennedy in terms of cameo contrast. Now, if you want the entire 3-coin set in 6/8 Ultra Cameo, I've got the 3-coin set for $795. Now, when you get the set, the 3-coin set, you'll also get a copy, a limited edition, my 3rd edition of a guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Now, we're working on an encyclopedic version of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollar series. That's going to be a much larger book, published by Whitman. And we're quite a long ways on that book. We're about 50% done at this point. I hope to have it out about a year from now. But I've got this limited edition, and you'll get that with the 6/8 Ultra Cameo set for $795. Now, the top of the line set, take a look at these, folks. These are so rare. The coins here might represent 1 in every 2,000, 3,000 examples struck for those years. If you want to build a top-of-the-line Proof Kennedy collection, we have this set in 6/9 Ultra Cameo. Again, NGC is not graded at these early dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Their earliest date that they've graded in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is in 1973. And again, in 1973, the Mint began experimenting with those new technologies, the sandblasting, et cetera. They didn't have that technology back in these early years. 6/9 Ultra Cameo is the highest numerical grade. I have the 1969, which you can acquire separately. The 1969 you can acquire separately if you just want to get one really nice early Kennedy in 6/9 Ultra Cameo. That coin is available for only $495. Now, 69 6/9 Ultra Cameo, you take a look at this, folks. Look how far, this looks like a modern proof. Most recently struck. It was struck in 1969. They are so rare in this condition. Most importantly, to get an Ultra Cameo, both the obverse and reverse have to have Ultra Cameo contrast. And that's critically important to understand. In this early era, the obverse and reverse dies wore at different rates. And the custom back then to conserve the dies was to only change that half of the die pair that was worn. And so the reverse might wear out faster than the obverse, so they'd change the reverse, and you'd have coins struck with a brand new reverse, although the obverse was worn, so you'd have coins with beautiful reverse contrast but no obverse contrast. And then maybe a few hundred strikes later, the obverse die would be worn away, and they'd change the obverse, and you'd get a beautiful cameo obverse. But by that time, the reverse was worn away, so you'd have coins with the cameo only on the obverse. So to get an Ultra Cameo in this early era, you had to have a coin struck from a brand new obverse die and a brand new reverse die. In 6/9 Ultra Cameo with this, again, the Aspiration Kennedy holder, this is an extremely rare coin. I have a few additional examples of the 1969S. They're only $495. And again, you'll get my little booklet explaining what the Kennedy Aspiration holder is all about. Folks, in a nutshell, 50, 100 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Kennedy half dollar in one of these aspiration holders will own a Kennedy half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. That's my goal in offering these special, personally reviewed Kennedy half dollars. Now, if you want the complete set, I mean, look at the 1968 and the 1970s. They're just off the charts stunning. So rare in this condition. You can own the complete set. I have a limited number in 6/9 Ultra Cameo. $1,795. You'll get the 4-page booklet. You'll get my limited edition hand-signed and numbered. And it is available on the 2-payment option. And that's so important because I have by a limited number, folks, I mean fewer than 15 sets at this point in time. Available on the 2-payment option, you could put half down today of $897.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. And again, these set coins will all have my Everest Selections seal, meaning, again, they're reviewed by me, they're in the aspiration holder, and they have the Everest seal, meaning they're among the finest in eye appeal for its date. Now, again, one last time, it's all about the cameo contrast, the eye appeal for the date and grade. On the left, you see a 6.9 Ultra Cameo that's in the generic NGC holder. That would not be in an aspiration Kennedy holder. It just doesn't have the Ultra Cameo contrast I'm looking for that date and grade. The coin on the right, it's 1 point lower grade. It's a 6.8 Ultra Cameo. It's a 6.8, but look at the cameo contrast. It's spectacular, and that's what it's all about. Those coins you see on the left, I generally put those in auction. I don't offer them to my clients. Again, my goal over the decades has been to offer my clients, you folks watching today, the very finest possible Franklin, Kennedy half dollars, Eisenhower dollars, Mint State coins, Morgan dollars, the very finest possible for the date and grade. I've built many of the finest collections you can find on the NGC and PCGS registries. I love building collections that have just the finest possible eye appeal and quality, folks. I like to make your dreams come true when it comes to United States rare coins. Now, once again, in closing, for those of you who have just tuned in, I have the 3-coin set. The first proof Kennedy half dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint, struck on silver planchets, those 3 years. In proof 68, the 3-coin set, the 1968S, 69S, and 70S in proof 68. I don't put those in the Kennedy aspiration holder because, again, for those early years, I'm just looking for the really, really nice cameos for those early years. But they are hand-selected, beautiful proof 68s. The 3-coin set, folks, is only $99. $99. Now, if you want some stunning, stunning Ultra Cameo Kennedy half dollars, I've got these coins in proof 68 Ultra Cameo in the aspiration holder. I have the 1969 all by itself if you just want to buy one example, just to have a great, great early Kennedy in Ultra Cameo. Now, 1969 is only $195. The complete 3-coin set is $795 because the 1968 and the 1970 are tougher dates than the 1969. They're extremely difficult to get with the cameo contrast you see on these 3 coins. With that 3-coin set, you get one of my booklets on the Kennedy aspiration holder, and you get the 3rd edition of my guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, the hardcover library edition, hand-signed and numbered for $795. And then I have these 3 Kennedy half dollars at the highest numeric grade 6.9 Ultra Cameo. The 1969, if you just want to get one example, I have the 1969 available by itself for $495. It includes the booklet. And then I have the 3-coin set. I have a limited number of these 3-coin sets. We have a lot of people calling in. I'm going to be closing it off right here. The entire 3-coin set is $1,795. It's available on the 2-payment option. And again, you get the booklet. It explains the holder and the importance of the holder, and you get a hand-signed copy, numbered, hardcover, limited edition for $1,795. This is a great place to start collecting the Kennedy half dollars. I offer a lot of the more recent Kennedy half dollars in Ultra Cameo, dates struck in the late 1970s and later. But those are much, much easier to locate in Ultra Cameo condition, as virtually all of them are Ultra Cameo that are struck today at the U.S. Mint. In these early years, folks, you're talking about less than 0.1% of the proof mintage for these early years with the kind of quality you see right here. That's how rare these coins are. Thank you for watching. Morgan silver dollars,
Buffalo nickels.
American Silver Eagles.
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters.
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas.
Steel cent,
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars.
coins from the screw press era,
Cap bust halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
This is a very happy time for me, folks, because I have something really special to finally be able to show you today. I've been talking about this Franklin Kennedy book now for the last few years, that this is going to be the greatest undertaking because it's the culmination of several decades of my work. It's going to be in an encyclopedic format, published by Whitman. Now, typically Whitman, when they publish their books, they have them in the guidebook series in this kind of format like you see here. And then they have their encyclopedia format like the gold book you see here. And this is the format that's going to be used for the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Now, I've been talking about it, but for the first time, I've got a draft here in my hands, and we put a mock-up of what the cover might look like. I mean, this might be the cover. There is going to be some changes, but it's pretty cool. You've got a beautiful Franklin there, a beautiful Kennedy half dollar. I've had a lot of help on this project. This is what I call the red line edition. We don't have every chapter in here, but it's quite substantial, folks. Now, the red line edition is when we have written out, for example, a 1965 special mint set Kennedy half dollar. You know, we have it all written out, but then I go through it and I have editing suggestions. And then we put all those edits in, and then I go through it once more, and we have one final red line edition. And then you got all the photography. You know, there's going to be more photography in this book, I'll tell you, because again, the book starts in 1948 with the Franklin series. And the last book I came out with was now several years old. It was published about 6-7 years ago. You know, that ended around 2014. The Kennedy series is still continuing on. Now, being able to finally hold this draft in my hands, it brought back all those old feelings of the purpose, the point of it all, for me. Why I spent those years on my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, which came out just about 30 years ago. What was the point of it all? Well, what's most important to me is that collectors and non-collectors of today, tomorrow, 20 years from now, 100 or 200 years from now, if they want to learn something about these coins, and let's face it, some of these coins, some collectors might take for granted today. They're going to be quite exotic to collectors of future generations, folks. This will be a great reference for collectors of today and future generations with accurate information that is really good as gold. You know, the Franklin half dollar series represented the end of an era in the United States half dollar production. It was the last half dollar series struck entirely on the traditional 90% silver planchets. And the Franklin mintages were truly old school, minuscule mintages compared to modern coinage. And then we have the Kennedy half dollar series, the longest running half dollar series in the history of the United States Mint. First struck in 1964 and still going strong today. In fact, there was a headline that just came out They're once again striking examples for commercial use of the Kennedy half dollar. Big headline. For the longest time, the mint was only striking mint state examples that the collector can buy directly from the mint. Now they're coming out for commercial use. Both series, and this is the important part, both series are loaded with so many dates that offer the collector of today so much condition rarity at such collector-friendly prices. They're just fun coins to collect. I mean, it's one thing buying a rare coin that costs you $50,000 or $30,000 or $10,000. But there's some really rare coins in both series that you can acquire for a few $100s or less. Those collectors of the future, when looking for the best source, most informative source of information, with the best possible quality pictures of the finest surviving specimens of the hundreds of dates in these series, with solid information that collectors of future generations might find even more valuable with the passage of time, especially in today's cell phone age, folks, when we seem to be constantly bombarded by unending streams of senseless noise on TV and on our cell phones. Being able to offer a book like this, offering the reader some objective truths 100 years from now, when someone asks if anyone knows of a really good informative book on Franklin half dollars or Kennedy half dollars, those who know will tell them, hands down, there is a book by a guy named Tamaska that is really a must-read. No other book offers so much information, such great pictures of the finest examples, the history, and most importantly, there's over 400 pictures of the finest examples in existence. You can't even find those coins in the Smithsonian. So I'm so happy to finally be able to hold this draft in my hands. We will start to take pre-orders once we get the final red line version done and we get an estimate on the cost of the book. I've had a lot of help on this. My daughter Caitlin and her husband Michael, also great writer by the name of Nancy Hendrickson, who helped with a lot of the research. 2/3 of the book, folks, will be on the Kennedy half dollars because it's a huge series. It is the most consequential half dollar series struck in the history of our country. It was first struck after the tragic assassination of President Kennedy in November of 1963. This coin is still being struck today, well over 50 years later. There are so many new collectors coming into the market every year that Kennedy half dollar will be the choice of many of those collectors, and for all the right reasons. I've been hosting Rare Collectibles TV since 2014, folks. This area is my specialty. In that time, I have offered some of the finest collections to our viewers, collections that have not been offered anywhere else at any time in the history of Coin TV. The Kennedy half dollar collection I have for you today is one of the most consequential collections I will ever offer. In the beauty and the quality of the coins in the set, the rarity and the condition I'm offering them in, and most importantly, the price. I would suggest, if you haven't already done so, to begin recording this presentation now so you can play it back in 10 years just to see if I'm right. I am that certain of this collection's future for you. This is such a large collection, folks, the largest I've ever offered. Here we have it on display. 44 coins. Every proof Kennedy date, beginning with 1978 through 2021, in the finest possible condition a coin can achieve. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Every one of these coins has my Everest Selections seal, which means I have personally reviewed every one of these coins. Because you could have a Proof 70, folks, that'll have some haze on it, and it could still get a Proof 70 grade. These coins are as pristine and flawless as the moment they were struck. And that's what's most amazing. Because these Kennedys you're looking at, folks, folks, especially the early years, are actually much more difficult to acquire in this condition than, for example, the American Silver Eagle series in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, because of the packaging used for the Kennedy half dollars in this era. The packaging used was so inferior, there are very few survivors in this incredible condition. This, folks, is the perfect time. You know, when NGC and PCGS graded their first Kennedy half dollars of this era a couple decades ago, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo or Proof 70 Deep Cameo, I had so many clients asking me to build them a set. After all, I was the specialist, having assembled the finest sets. I would tell them, wait, please wait. The coins are selling for huge premiums. I would tell them that this is not the time to buy. We've got some records from, 15 plus years ago of what these coins were selling for in Proof 70. Individual coins, folks. Here are just a few examples. These are records. These are some actual sales. Now, this was an asking price. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. He wanted $1,100 for his 1980s Kennedy half dollar in 70 Ultra Cameo for the one coin. Here's an 82S at $850, a top-rated seller. Here's an example sold in auction, 1988S, over $3,600. That's what it sold for in auction. Just one coin, folks. A 1995S, $3,000 for one coin. $2,200 for a 96S clad. $1,700 for a 2001S. 2002S, almost $1,000. So if you're putting together a 40 coin collection, you could have easily spent $50,000 to $100,000 at that time. I told my clients that's not the time to buy, folks. Just be patient. Folks, this is the time. I've always loved proof coins. Since I was 10 years old, I bicycled to my local coin shop to buy a 1962 proof set with my lawnmower money I had saved up on. Because proof coins represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They have always been struck in very limited numbers, simply because the making of a single proof coin is very labor intensive. Take a look at a few of these mintage numbers for the Kennedy half dollar series. The first year of the Kennedy half dollar series, coins struck for commerce, over 429 million coins. Proof coins, 3.9 million. You get down to the highest mintage in proof, which was the bicentennial Kennedy half dollar, where they struck 7 million in proof, but over 500 for commerce, 500 million for commerce. And then the last few years, when they did not issue Mint State Kennedy half dollars for commerce, you could buy them directly from the Mint, but only for collector purposes. They still struck over 10 million in 2018, but only 492,000 proof Kennedy half dollars. Here is an example of a commercial strike, what we refer to as a commercial strike, coins that are struck for commerce. First year of issue, the 1964 Kennedy. These coins were struck once. They didn't receive any kind of special care or treatment. They were ejected into bins, braiding with other coins, go through coin counting machines, and dumped into bags. The goal of the Mint was to strike these as efficiently and inexpensively as possible so they could be used for commerce. On the other hand, proof coins, again, they're meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So they take the finest dies and they polish them to a mirror-like perfection. And nowadays they have actually laser etch a cameo effect into the portrait of the die to create this beautiful, beautiful cameo effect. And most importantly, proof dies are replaced at the first signs of wear, usually striking only 1,000 to 2,000 coins before being replaced. Commercial dies might strike 50 to 100,000 coins or more. And then proof coins are individually handled and placed in special packaging. They're not dumped into bins. So they're struck in very limited numbers. But what is most important and fascinating to understand and appreciate is that the Kennedy half-dollar series is a bridge that begins in the past when the making of proof coins were still being minted in what I call the old-fashioned way at the old Philadelphia Mint, to the present when proof making is truly state-of-the-art. The best evidence for the evolution in proof making that has taken place at the Mint over the past 50-plus years is this chart that shows all the examples graded in proof 70 by NGC. They're extremely elusive in proof 70 ultra cameo condition. By way of comparison, by the way, they're much lower, especially for these early years, than the PCGS populations. For example, the 1978S, NGC has only graded 252 examples. That's the first year in this set. PCGS has graded over 1,300 examples. 79S, NGC has only graded 493 examples. PCGS has graded almost 1,500 examples. What most collectors do not realize is that these early Kennedys from the late 70s, 1980s into the early 90s are actually much more elusive in proof 70 ultra cameo than proof American Silver Eagles. For example, here's a chart of the proof American Silver Eagle populations in 70 ultra cameo from NGC. 1986, first year of the American Silver Eagle series. To this date, NGC has graded around 5,800 examples in proof 70 ultra cameo. One of the rarest dates is the 1997P, just over 1,500 examples. But then you go to the most recent American Silver Eagle, struck in 2021, they've already graded 95,000 examples. Because of the improvements in the technology and packaging, the rarest date is the 95W, only 699 examples certified to date. Now, why are these early Kennedys so elusive in this flawless proof 70 ultra grade? First of all, when you go back to the early years, when proof coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint back in the 1960s, most proof coins were what we call brilliant proofs. They had no cameo contrast. In other words, there's really no contrast between the portrait and the surrounding mirrored fields of the coin. Now, the Mint back in those early years, in order to create a cameo, which was the most desirable proof, because it was the most beautiful, if you could get a frosted portrait, a white cameo portrait that was surrounded by these black mirror fields, that two-tone cameo effect was what collectors coveted the most. I mean, the Mint had been striking cameo proofs since the 1800s. This was nothing new. But back in those early years, they had to create the cameo effect by dipping the dies in this acid bath that would acid etch the cameo effect and then buff the fields. Those acid etched dies were very delicate. They only struck a handful of cameos before they would begin to wear. So you have most of your Kennedys that would look like this example you see here, and then you have an earlier strike, though, off a die. Maybe it was, among the first few hundred strikes, where you would see some frost on the portrait. But the very first strikes, here's what we call a decam minus or an ultra cameo minus. This is a coin that would get an ultra cameo designation, but it would be on the low end of the ultra cameo standard. The Kennedy halves in this set, folks, are on the high end of the ultra cameo standard. They're what I would call ultra cameo pluses. Most of the coins in this set will be ultra cameo pluses. Some dates don't exist in ultra cameo plus. The majority of the Kennedys in this set are the deepest, heaviest cameos. But what's most important to understand is here, the Mint went to all this trouble to make these beautiful cameos. In the 1970s, they began to actually sand-blast the dies to create an intense cameo effect. And they chrome-plated the dies to give them additional durability so they could strike these beautiful cameos. But the problem back then, in the 1970s and the 1980s, is that they still had not perfected the packaging. And I've written about this in my previous Whitman books about the problems in the packaging. And so you had this limited number. Here you had 1985S proof set. They only struck about 3 million sets. This is your typical 1985 proof set. This is the packaging it came in. And then you open it up and you look at the Kennedy half dollar in this set and the haze and tarnish that's developed over the surface of the coin because of the packaging. The Mint simply was not using inert materials in the packaging. In other words, the materials in the packaging would chemically react with the coin and create this toning, undesirable toning that really essentially destroyed the coins. Here's a 1986 set. This is really a disaster. 1988, always a tough year. Most of your 1988s, the mintage, 3.2 million. Now this holder is cracked, but you can see the toning, the spotty toning that's developed on the Kennedy half dollar. Folks, the price of this set is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. And since I'm a specialist in this area, I put in a lot of man hours putting together a set like this. Even today, 1978 S. Kennedy, the first coin in the set, just in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. A 6.9, folks, for $240. Now, I'm able to offer 6.9s for well under $50. But this is what the going rate is for a really nice 1978S. So a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's another example. A 6.9 Ultra Cameo, $255. When those Proof 70 Kennedy half dollars were first graded some, 20 years ago, and they were selling for $2,000, $3,000 for dates, like the 1995, 1988. Again, I told my clients, hold off. There'll come a time when I can offer you a set that's going to represent the ultimate in long-term potential. Even today, you can get some really good buys out there in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo Kennedys. Here's a couple later dates, 2016, 2017, $600 for a 2016. Here's a 2017 for $500. Here's a 1984 that we have, which is a tough date, $300. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. This is a 44 coin set, folks. $300 a coin would be a great price. I love that price on the 84S. Again, you look at the populations of these, and I must remind you that especially these early dates, there are so few examples certified by NGC in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. They're extremely elusive. The 84S, only 214 examples certified to date. And there are so many dates like that in these Kennedy half dollars in this set. Folks, this is the best part of the presentation. Again, it's not based on what the market will bear. I mean, at $300 a coin, that would be a great, great price. That comes to, around $13,000 for this set, this 44 coin set, 1978 to 2021. Based on my cost, folks. While I have these, I have a limited number. Call in now, please. Call in now. It's not 13,000. It's not 10,000. It's not 7,000. It's not 5,900. I've got the entire set for under $100 a coin. $4,395 for the entire 44 coin set. Every year of the Kennedy half dollar, struck from 1978 through 2021, in the finest possible condition, personally inspected by yours truly, being the finest possible Proof 70 Ultra Cameos, folks, $4,395. I have a limited number of these sets because there are some of these dates. Again, when you look at those populations, there's a lot of really, really rare coins in this set. There are some dates in this set I only have a handful of examples in. So call in now while I'm able to offer at this price under $100 a coin. If you can't swing the entire $43.95 today, you can put half down of only $2,197.50 and we'll hold one of these sets for you. And that is critically important, folks, because as with many of my presentations on these exceptional proof coins. When I initially make the presentation, I am able to offer it at this great price. And then the response is so tremendous, so overwhelming, we're sold out of the coins at that price, and my replacement costs end up being 20%, 30% higher than when I originally offered this set. So instead of offering it at $43.95, the next presentation I might have to offer it at $49.95. I don't know. All I can tell you is this is a great ground floor opportunity to begin collecting one of the classic sets in U.S. numismatics today. This Kennedy half-dollar set, folks. To future generations, think about that. To future generations, this set is going to be a classic. In this condition, you're getting the majority of the Kennedy half-dollar dates in this series for only $4,395. 2 payments of only $2,197.50. Again, let me remind you, if you've just tuned in, how rare these early dates are. If you're thinking, well, why not offer the earlier dates like the 72S, 71S, 70S, and 70 Ultra Cameo? They don't exist in that grade, folks, in those early years. The technology was not there to make coins of that quality. These were the early years of the Kennedy half-dollar series and the Franklin half-dollar series. When proof coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, they had those earlier technologies. They didn't make proof 70 Ultra Cameos, folks. The first example graded by NGC is a 1974S. They've only certified one example. 76S, only one example. Much rarer than comparable PCGS populations. PCGS is certified, of the 76S, for example, 328 examples. The standard at NGC is just incredibly strict. And you look at the populations of these dates in the 1970s and 1980s, folks. Again, the first year in this set, 1978S, only 252 examples. 81S, Type 1, only 297 examples. 84S, 214 coins. 85S, 302 coins. 305 coins for the 86S. 89S, 253 examples. Again, I have a limited number of these sets because there are dates like those you see there. I only have a handful of examples of, in this condition, at the current time, in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. 2 payments of $2,197.50. It's under $100 a coin. Every one of these coins, folks, I choose NGC for some very important reasons. First of all, they have these state-of-the-art holders. These holders are made of the highest quality medical-grade plastics. Much more difficult to work with, but it's a much better protection for your coins. And they're absolutely sealed. And every coin you see has been curated, conserved by NGC to make sure that the surfaces of that coin are absolutely pristine. Now, if you were to submit one of these coins yourself, just one coin, you have got the grading fee, the cost of curation. Again, most of your Kennedy half-dollars have some kind of toning issues, even mishandling at the grading service. Well, the coin's been curated, so any possible contaminant on the coin has been removed. That's really critical to ensure that this collection you see here will be every bit as beautiful 100 years from now as it is today. And then there's the handling fee, there's the shipping fee. It's shipped to you from NGC, registered mail. So your total fees, folks, are around $80. That doesn't include the cost of you shipping the coin to them. It doesn't include the cost of the coin. And I've got this entire set, the finest possible condition, for 2 payments of $2,197.50. I almost forgot. I got a small group of 78S's in the first year in this set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo that I'm able to offer as a single coin. If you can just swing one example, one coin, take a look at this 78S, folks. It's only $249. Okay? $249. Now for a Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, it's a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Flawless, ultimate cameo contrast. It's as good as it gets, folks. If you get the complete set, you'll get a hand-signed softcover edition the third edition of my guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, okay? Hand-signed softcover edition that will come with the entire 44 coin set. From yours truly, hand-signed, again, folks, this Kennedy half dollar series, red hot series, the first Kennedy half dollar to ever sell for over $100,000 in auction, just recently. A 1964 special mint set example. It wasn't the finest known, but it's an extremely rare coin. It realized $108,000 in auction. There's a lot of serious collectors out there for exceptional Kennedy half dollars and Franklin half dollars. This book is so timely, and it's been a labor of love, a lot of labor, I'll tell you, a lot of perseverance. And I've got this red line edition in my hands. The photography is almost complete. We're going to be taking pre-orders on this book. It is something that is, again, intended for not just the collector of today, but for future generations, with just timely information that'll be every bit as useful to collectors 100 years from now as for the collector of today. So start now. This is a set based not on what the market will bear, but it's based on my cost, less than $100 a coin. I mean, that'd be a great price if this set were a Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Okay, think about that. If this were a 69 Ultra Cameo set, a 44 coin set, when you look at the cost of getting these certified and curated, that would be a great price for a 6.9 set, folks. This is a Proof 70 set. Please take advantage of this while I have it. Thanks for watching.
Coin collectors, this is something really amazing. Now, I don't know if you know or not, but this is a complete sellout. It's a unique United States coin series. It's solid gold. It's high relief. Wow. These coins are also in perfect Proof 70 deep cameo grade. Wow. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. You may know this already. This is one of those coins that the U.S. Mint sold out in record time. And we have them here. We call it a pre-sale. And the reason for that is we have yet to receive these coins. So what we have is an opportunity before we even get them for you guys to lock them in, guaranteed highest grade, unbelievable mintage. Are you ready for this? You know, one of the things that I've always wanted to own, and maybe you feel just like I do, is a 1907 gold $20 high relief. Because that coin is really rare. And that coin lit up the world, and it was a high relief. This coin is part of a unique series that is issued biannually every other year. And beginning in 2015, when this series started, was the first ever $100 gold face value coin. Now, what you see right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the deviation from any of the other past years. It's also, are you ready for this? Because I was telling you about the high relief. You know, the mintage of the 1907 high relief is about 12,000 coins. Well, I want to tell you that the mintage of this coin right here, folks, 12,500. It is so uniquely rare. Its sellout was so quick. And take a look at that design. There's never been anything like it. Because, you know, ladies and gentlemen, what that is right there is known as an allegorical. Now, if you want to take a minute to look that up, go ahead. Or I can tell you. An allegorical is a representation of liberty. Now, we know allegoricals as the famous Walking Liberty from the St. Gaudens gold coin or the Walking Liberty half dollar. And in this instance, I don't think there's ever been an allegorical like this coin. This representation of liberty is a truly American Mustang horse, a Bronco, And I want you to take a look at this design, because this design is so unique. I've never seen anything like it, obverse and reverse. It was designed by Beth Zykan. It is a tribute to America's throwing off the yoke of British rule in the Revolutionary War. And that's what the bucking bronco is all about. And you'll notice that the saddle is empty because its occupant is gone, the British. And this is a high relief. So you are seeing detail and design detail that you can only see on a high relief. Now, what is a high relief? A high relief is a design that is engraved so deeply into the dies that when the coin is struck, the design rises above the surface so dramatically that if you could feel it with your fingers, you would feel the musculature of that horse. You would feel the saddle. You could feel the mane. And ladies and gentlemen, that design was done by Beth Zykan. And she is part of the Artist Infusion program. And if you've been watching our show lately, you know we've been talking about this. It is very much a renaissance, a second renaissance of American coin design that involved the silver eagle and the gold eagle. And now right here for the Liberty series, the high reliefs, which began in 2015. It is a unique representation of Liberty like you have never seen before. Its reverse was contributed by Richard Masters. Now, both of these artists have contributed coins to the United States of America in the past. Take a look at that eagle, ladies and gentlemen. That is an up-close view of an American bald eagle. And when you look at that coin and you see the intense stare, you see that vigilance that eagles are known for, and the old expression, "I like an eagle," is really represented there in the design. But I want you to take a look at the beak, and I want you to take a look at the feathering, and I want you to take a look at even at the top of the head there. I mean, it is dramatically representing a mighty eagle. Very, very amazing. Now, folks, I want to let you know that this has everything that you want in a coin as rare as this, a mintage of 12,500. Now, normally, when this coin series started, and it's the first $100 gold coin series ever, and when this first started, the mintage of these coins was 50,000. What we are talking about right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the lowest mintage ever, 12,500. They are sold out, completely gone, pure gold, high relief. Now, I gotta say, this coin is hot. Rare Collectibles TV is so happy to be able to bring this coin to you as a pre-sale. Now, when we do this, it's really important to understand that we haven't received these coins yet. We don't know how many perfect graded coins are going to be available. But I do know this. We are guaranteeing you an example. This is a rare coin by way of mintage. It's going to get even rarer by way of population. There will not be that many of these coins in a perfect Proof 70 deep cameo grade. That's just the way it always works out. They're always in the minority, the vast minority. Now, everybody knows it already, folks. I should show you this, but I also want to convey to you how excited I am to be able to bring you this coin. I didn't think we were going to get a single one of these, let alone in the highest grade attainable. I didn't think we would be able to bring this coin to you. This is a first release, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at what's already happening. Look at that coin. In the identical grade, a perfect high relief Proof 70 deep cameo, $7,500. Gone in a heartbeat. Rare Collectibles TV, $4,995. There is a 2-pay available for this coin. And please ask your sales associate for all the details. But it's pretty easy. You just put down half the money today, and when the coin is ready to ship, which won't be too long, you put down the other half. So $24.97.50 today. And the reason why this is very important, folks, is because this guarantees you getting this coin struck at the West Point Mint in the absolute highest grade and highest cameo designation, deep cameo, in one of the few $100 face value coins the U.S. has ever issued, with the lowest mintage in the series, not issued annually, but biannually every other year. But there has never been as dramatic a design. I mean, look at the sun rising at the bottom of that coin and the way it is reminiscent of the Walking Liberty half dollar, the St. Gaudens gold. That representation of the sun rising is indicative of a new age, a democratic age. It has represented the enlightening of freedom and liberty on American coins. And that is what it's doing right here. This is a captivating design that was issued just moments ago, literally, that we have as a pre-sale at $4,995. I'll tell you this. Now, gold is the most popular of all metals for centuries, thousands of years. And the reason for that is gold was so hard to find and so elusive. And yet, the attributes of gold were like any other metal in the whole entire world. I mean, when gold was first discovered, no one had ever seen anything like it before. It shined from below the surface of the ground. Just a little hint of what was there. It maintained a brilliance before it was even polished or anything. It had that captive ability because it was unique. Its extreme rarity, its difficulty in finding, its difficulty in taking out of the ground, made it priceless from the beginning, made it money. It was the rarest of all and the most elusive of all metals. It naturally became the standard bearer for value. That tradition has never waned. Thousands of years. And today we still honor gold. This is the purest form of gold you can get. Well, all that is great, isn't it? But these are not the only gold coins in the whole world. But let me tell you what they are that no other gold coin has. They are numismatic through and through. They are low mintage, the highest quality strike, the highest grade attainable, in other words, the finest known, the highest designation of the minter's art. And what I mean by that is to create a gold coin in a deep cameo means the artist has to get involved in the imagining of the parts of the coin that will be satin and the parts of the coin that will be mirrored. The device and the field. You know, parts of the coin that are mirrored in the background are known as the field. In fact, any part of a coin that has no raised lettering or raised design is known as the field. And what we collectors want more than anything, even on our mint state coins, is a field that's mirrored. Why, when you find a silver dollar in a proof-like, a mirrored finish, or a deep proof-like, those are sought after because of that mirror. The same holds true for a deep cameo gold coin. In fact, the mirrors are even more intensive. But look at it this way, folks. There have been in the past just a handful of occasions when the United States has struck a high relief. The most famous of all the high reliefs was the 1907 $20 gold double eagle. But that coin was never available in a mirrored surface, in a bright finish proof. This has something that coin does not have. This has an extremely low mintage, but it also has a unique representation of liberty that has never been seen before on an American coin. Now, I want to go back to the design, and I want to point out a couple of things before we wrap this up. And that representation, folks, works so well because the coin is struck in a high relief. You know, when we talk about proof coins being struck multitudes of times, generally a minimum of 2, when you're talking about a coin that is meant to be a high relief, not only is it struck repeatedly, but it will be struck as many times as necessary to bring out the detail. So when you look at all the detail of the anatomy of that horse and the background, the word liberty, every part about it, the rising sun, this is detail that can only be represented on a proof high relief. And that's why the U.S. Mint does this on so few occasions. It is an extremely difficult process in striking, where almost every coin that's struck is followed by a coin that's rejected, because it is so difficult to get that perfection. These coins not only look perfect, they are third-party graded by PCGS as an absolute perfect Proof 70 Deep Cameo example. They are, of all the years of this new $100 gold series that began in 2015, the absolute lowest mintage. Now, we can go even further than that. It is one of the lowest minted United States coins in gold you will ever get your hands on. And there are so many that I can compare to you. Folks, take a look at, well, here's a classic United States gold rarity, the 1911D, the $2.50 gold Indian. You know, that coin is an extreme rarity. Mintage, 50,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you get an opportunity to buy a high relief that has a mintage akin to the $20 gold St. Gaudens, you got to go for it. $4,995. Ladies and gentlemen, this coin right here at $7,500, sold, gone. You're not going to get it anymore. Don't miss the opportunity. Now, you know, a lot of times when you hear that expression, you got to act now because there's not enough, you know, coins aren't like that. There's not another one in the wings. After the run is struck and they're all gone, that's it. They don't go back and make more. There is a finite amount of these. There will never be any more. They are gone and they are already spoken for by collectors. So Rare Collectibles TV, that's where we shine. Because this is a pre-sale, ladies and gentlemen. We're showing you the image of what you're going to get. And I can guarantee you that's what you're going to get. That's the grade you're going to get. No higher grade. $4,995. Available with a 2-payment option. Easy as can be, $2,497 right now. And you know what's great about that, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to listen, and as people are getting them, I'm going to run around, I'm going to write your name on every single order. And you're going to make sure, I'm going to make sure that you get one of these coins, not in a Proof 69, but in the absolute highest Proof 70 grade, Deep Cameo, because this is never going to happen again. Now, ask yourself this question. Have you ever seen an American coin design with a representation of liberty that harkens back to the days of the Revolution, when the United States of America shook off the yoke of the monarchy of England in favor of democracy? And that's what that liberty represents. That's what that obverse represents. And the reverse with the eagle on it, that eagle eye with its eye on freedom. This is what this coin conveys, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is all about. Now, it's unique in its design, never seen it before. It has the lowest mintage you're ever going to see, the absolute highest quality, Proof 70, the most unbelievable designation for Cameo, Deep Cameo, and an opportunity to get them, to lock one in before we even get them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make sure, we guarantee a Proof 70 Deep Cam, the highest grade, the highest Cameo designation. And I have to tell you, we're beating everybody on price. Less than $5,000. You can't touch this coin for less than $7,500 right now, in the same grade too, I might add. So folks, the last time I can say this before I've got to get out of here, the highest Proof 70 designation, Deep Cameo, a perfect grade, the only one of its kind with a representation of liberty that you're never going to see again. Dramatic, unbelievable, really invokes a motion of liberty, and a high relief. Folks, you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, where we are now pre-selling the latest and greatest high relief United States gold coin in absolute perfection for $4,995. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. I love coin collecting, and I hope you do too. And when you get a coin like this, it is a lock, ladies and gentlemen. $4,995. Thank you so much.
I've got something you've never seen before on TV. This is a rare coin show, folks. And I've watched a lot of rare coin shows over the years, over the last 30 years. And we've had some of the most amazing, rare gold coins in the 7+ year history of our show that no other show has ever been able to offer. We have had rare gold coins that could not even be found in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world. And we've had some gold coins that were superior to examples in the Smithsonian. And we have been most fortunate to be able to offer you such amazing coins at such great collector-friendly prices. And today I've got a $5 half eagle that we've never been able to offer before. It's extremely rare. Extremely rare. It's the last year of the Liberty Half Eagle series. The Liberty Half Eagle series was struck from 1839 to 1908. What we have today is the 1908 Liberty Half Eagle. It's a $5 gold piece. It's called a half eagle because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce. A $10 gold piece had about a half an ounce of gold. And gold back then was worth about $20 an ounce. So the eagle, with a half an ounce of gold, was valued at $10. The half eagle was the next denomination down with about a quarter ounce of gold. And we have these 1908s, folks. They're among the finest known. It's the 1908, the last year of the Liberty $5 Half Eagle series, in mint state 63 condition. These coins really should not exist in the condition we have them in. Very few were struck. The total mintage, folks, they only struck around 421,000 coins back in 1908. 421,000 coins, that's it. These coins were struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. They were used as spending money to be graded mint state 63. Mint state 63 means these coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. They lived their lives basically in the original mint bag when it was released from the Philadelphia Mint. Here is one of those bags that we have on our show today. These 1908s ironically only exist in part because of the Great Depression. The Great Depression, it was an economic disaster for our country. Really the worst calamity that hit our country since the Civil War. It was estimated that in 1933 alone, folks, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Unemployment was around 25, 30%, and then you had all these bank failures. Can you imagine? You had your life savings in a bank, 20, 30 years of your life savings that you had accumulated in the bank for your retirement, your nest egg. And you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed. The bank had failed. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then to guarantee your money. You were wiped out. There were 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. That's about 10 bank failures a day. Now, you had a lot of people who were terrified, who had their money in banks that had not yet failed, terrified that their bank would be next. So what did they do? Well, they used a little common sense. They said, my bank could be next. They began pulling their money out of their banks. And with that money, that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Because when you look throughout human history, folks, across cultures, even going back to the ancient Egyptians, 2,500, 3,000 BC, gold has always had value. The ancient Egyptians believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that it was indestructible. So gold was about the only thing a lot of people felt that they could count on. Our economy could go down the tubes. Paper money could become worthless. But they knew that gold would always have value. So you had a lot of people pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold coins. And I think, folks, if I had been in their position back then, I would have done the same thing. Well, this created additional stress on our banking system. And so in April of 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102 that made it criminal to own over $100 worth of gold. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. Well, you really put people between a rock and a hard place when he passed that executive order. Because, okay, they could keep their money in the bank and risk that bank failing and being wiped out. Or they could take that money and buy some gold coins for their security, but then risk going to prison. Well, there was a third option, and a lot of people took it. There's nothing in the executive order that said you couldn't own gold in another country. Before that legislation took effect, a lot of people started buying gold coins, and they would have them shipped to banks in Europe. Now, as far as all that gold that had been turned in by citizens back to the government, returned to the Treasury, what did the Treasury do with all that gold? Well, they proceeded to melt all those gold coins back down into gold bullion bars. Of the $5 half eagles, folks, fully 1/3 of all the $5 half eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars, gone forever. And here you had the 1908 with the original mintage of only 421,000. A lot of those coins went into circulation. A lot of them were melted down. But then there were a handful of bags, or original bags, that were shipped to banks in Europe. And they've been sitting in those banks since the early 1930s. And a couple of those bags recently came out, folks. And we have selected some of the finest 1908 $5 gold pieces from those bags. They're Mint State 63. Now, what does that mean? If you're new to collecting, what does Mint State 63 mean? Why is that so important? Well, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. The lowest possible grade is a 1. That would be a coin that's very heavily worn. You could barely read the date. It's like a slug, basically. Barely readable. At the other extreme, you have a 70, the highest possible grade. A 70 represents perfection under high magnification. Now, it's important to know that when you're talking about United States coins struck before 1960, of the billions and billions and billions of United States coins struck before 1960, PCGS or NGC has never graded a coin in 70. Essentially, they don't exist. So you go up the grading scale, the higher the number, the less the wear on the coin, the better the condition, until you get to 60. 60 represents the minimal grade for a coin that has never been in circulation. In other words, it's never seen the bottom of a cash drawer. But it's in the worst possible condition for being an uncirculated coin. In other words, when you get this bag, imagine this bag filled with $5 half eagles. When these coins were originally struck, they're ejected from the coin press. They fall into bins. One coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into these bags. They're thrown on trains to be shipped to banks throughout the country. So when you get one of these bags and you get the coins out of the bags, all the coins will have marks. It's just a question of how many marks. And the coins with the most marks, the heaviest marks, will grade MS60. They're uncirculated, but they're in the worst condition for an uncirculated coin. And then a grade point up, you get 61s. And those are coins that have fewer marks than the 60s. And then you get to 62, where you get some pretty choice coins. 63 is exceptional. Folks, I'd like you to take a look at this chart comparing the 1908 $20 St. Gaudens to the 1908p half eagles that we have today. We've offered the 1908p St. Gaudens before in Mint State 63 condition. It's an exceptional grade for St. Gaudens. And you can see from the chart, the total number graded are only 109,000 coins for the St. Gaudens. But look at the 1908p half eagle, the Liberty half eagle. Only 3,700 coins. It's about 30 times rarer in Mint State 63 condition. It's extremely rare. Again, it's among the finest known. So we've got these MS63 coins. Let's get a hand shot of one of these, folks. These coins are amazing. So few marks. Struck over 100 years ago. And we have them today at a truly collector-friendly price. price. Look at this coin. I mean, it was struck, dumped into a bin. Only the fact that it was sitting idle in a vault for 80 years. It's the only reason that you see this coin in the condition we have it in today. It's a freak. It should not exist. It's almost like a supernatural event. It's just an extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime event. This European bank hoard, this gold hoard of United States coins, struck in the U.S. and shipped to these banks in the early 1930s. And to get the 1908 $5, it is so rare. It's the only time anyone has ever offered these coins in this condition, in the quantity we have them, folks. We have nearly 100 examples. And here is the best part of all. It's this window of opportunity, this moment in time. This is something I've been telling our viewers now for the last couple years. And there was an article that it was almost as if the author was watching my show. Because the title of the article says, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, by generic gold, what they're referring to is the most common kinds of gold. For example, that 1908 $20 St. Gaudens. Very common, over 100,000 graded in 6.3. It's rare, but at the same time, for a $20 gold piece, it's among the most common. But then you look at this 1908P Half Eagle, only 3,700 coins. It is far more elusive, far rarer than that St. Gaudens. But here's the really important paragraph from the whole article. It's actually just one sentence. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, they say pre-1933 because 1933 was the last year the United States Mint struck gold coins to be used for commerce. They haven't struck gold coins for commerce since 1933. Spot means the value of gold per ounce. And right now, gold per ounce is worth about $1,800. So when they say that there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot, what they mean is that the premium for rare gold coins has never been as small as it is today. I'll give you one personal example. I had this common date gold double eagle. It was about 20 years ago when gold was around $350 an ounce. And it was an MS-63 common date. And I remember selling it to a dealer for $3,500. Now again, gold was about $350 an ounce. So I sold it to this dealer for about 10 times the gold value. Now today we have gold at around $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value would be $18,000. I've got these coins, folks. The key to our success. We have these coins based not on what the market will bear. We have them based on our cost. This is a coin that at $2,900, with gold at around $1,800 an ounce, there's about a quarter ounce of gold in this coin. You've got about $450 worth of gold value alone in this coin. $2,900, that would be a reasonable price. $1,900 would be an excellent price. At $1,495, this is a great price. With about $450 worth of gold, this rare 1908 $5 Liberty Half Eagle. The last year of the Liberty Half Eagle series, struck from 1839 to 1908. $1,495 is a great price. However, it's not our best price. It's not a price based on our cost. Folks, while we have these, again, while we have these from these couple bags, this limited supply, call in now. you can own this stunning Mint State 63, among the finest known, only around 3,700 examples graded. $1,195 for 2 payments of $597.50. Half down today of $597.50 and the balance in 30 days. In other words, $1,195. What I really would like you to understand is the tremendous window of opportunity that we have right now when we can buy something this extraordinary, a $5 gold piece, this rare, at this great collector-friendly price. Folks, once these are gone, that'll be it. Like many of our gold presentations and many of our silver dollar presentations and many of our Franklin presentations, where we've had some extraordinary coins for a limited time. Once they were gone, that was it. We were never able to offer them again at that price because we got them from this one collection. We got this incredible collection, and once the coins from that collection were gone, that's it. We couldn't replace them at that price. To give you really the best example of what a great opportunity I have for you today, I have this comparison. I love it to compare it to the 1893S Morgan dollar, which is the rarest Morgan dollar in the entire Morgan dollar series. The 1893S is a rare coin in any condition. They only struck about 100,000 examples, but to find one in even heavily worn condition, they're worth a lot of money. PCGS and NGC combined have only graded about 10,700 pieces. At the same time, the 1908P Half Eagle, they've only graded 7,900 pieces. Now, there's, of course, some other Half Eagles out there, some other 08Ps, but the fact is, it is a very, very rare coin. Now, if you can go on eBay, you could find literally dozens and dozens of 93S Morgan dollars in various grades. Here's one heavily worn. It's cleaned. In other words, it's a damaged coin, and it's $8,000. If you really want a better example, here's one almost uncirculated. It's over $100,000. Here's my point. It would be very easy for me to fill this stand with circulated 93S Morgan dollars. I could get fit about 40 on this stand, and they'd be priced between $5,000 and $15,000. It'd be pretty easy for me to do that. But you would be buying coins that are replaceable. In other words, 5 years from now, I could make the same presentation, offer the same coins, and you'd be getting them probably at about the same price. I can't say that about these 1908P $5 Liberty Half Eagles in Mint State 63. This is the only time I've been able to offer them, probably the only time I ever will. And to be able to offer them for only $11.95, to be able to offer them for 2 payments of $597.50. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These coins are irreplaceable at this price. Just recently, folks, a new record was set for a United States gold coin. This would happen to be a double eagle, 1933 double eagle. The previous record for a 1933 double eagle was something on the order of $7 million. This coin came into an auction recently. The auction house expected the coin to sell for something between $10 and $15 million. Again, remember earlier when it was previously on the market, it sold for around $7 million. The coin sold for a record-setting $18.9 million. Rare United States gold coins. Now, of course, this 1908P $5 Liberty is not as rare as that 1933. But then again, it's not selling for $18.9 million or $1 million or $500,000 or even $10,000. It's selling for $1,195. It's a great coin. I hope you can take advantage of this offer. This is something, an opportunity where we got some great coins out of the great European bank hoard. Some of the finest 1908s out of those bags that we're offering you today for such a collector-friendly price. A coin you can pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is the kind of coin you'll want to keep in your family. This is the kind of coin that will be very, very good to you and your family. Thank you for watching. There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build the numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Anna Williams. Anna Williams. That's how I began my introduction to the first Everest presentation that I gave. Anna Williams. Here's a picture of Anna Williams, folks. Anna Williams. Miss Williams' profile, according to George T. Morgan, who was the designer of the Morgan dollar, he felt her profile was the most nearly perfect he had seen in England or America, the perfect profile for the silver dollar he was designing. It's really interesting, the story behind Anna Williams, because she really was very reluctant to do this modeling. She was only 18 or 19 years old at the time. She didn't want to do it. Modeling was really looked down upon, frowned upon at that time. This was in the 1870s. And she only agreed to model on the condition of anonymity. Unfortunately, it didn't remain a secret, and before long, you know, she was gaining all kinds of attention from this. She was a school teacher, and she eventually lost her job because of it. That's the story behind it. You know, it's amazing. Times have really changed for the better. Here, you know, you had the opportunity to have your portrait on one of our coins, and to you know, have that kind of fate, because, and here you are. I mean, it's so famous today. So famous today. Anna Williams. For all our viewers, folks, for all our viewers who have acquired our Morgan Dollar Everest I, Everest II, and or our Everest III collections, those three Morgan Dollar collections account for 64 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan Dollar series. Almost 2/3 of the entire series in brilliant, uncirculated condition. And the majority of those dates and mint marks are very difficult to find rare date examples in the series. Many of them are the rarest dates for their respective years. Well, today I have the final installment for you. If you have not acquired any of the other collections, Everest 4 is a great place to start. A perfect place to start. If you have already acquired Everest 1, Everest 2, or Everest 3, Everest 4 is a spectacular final edition. It's a smaller set. 8 coins not found in Everest 1, 2, or 3. And you'll love the price. Now, Morgan dollars are the backbone to U.S. numismatics today. And I believe into the indefinite future for all the right reasons. Here you have a coin, coins that were struck over 100 years ago. They were struck for circulation. They were struck, first struck in the 1800s, say 1878 was the first year. They are the largest silver denominations struck by the U.S. Mint. Most, of course, were used for commerce. They were spent. You can find silver dollars in every coin shop, jewelry shop, pawn shop, and certainly in abundance at every coin show. But at least 97% of them are circulated. Only a couple percent of that mintage have survived in brilliant uncirculated condition. And here's a chart that shows you some of those numbers. Here you've got, in total, over 600 million were originally struck. 270 million were melted down in 1918 in the Pittman Act, leaving around 386 million. But of those, PCGS and NGC combined have only graded about 1.5% of that total in uncirculated mint state 60 or higher grade, only about 1.5%. That's it. Now, the key to collecting Morgan dollars is condition. There are two kinds of rarity when it comes to coin collecting. There is absolute rarity and there is condition rarity. Now, in the early days of coin collecting, the early 1900s and before, absolute rarity was the focus of almost all coin collectors. I mean, what few coin collectors there were back in those early days. Absolute rarity focuses on how rare a coin is in any condition, how available it is in any condition. One of the greatest known examples is the 1913 Liberty nickel. Only 5 examples were struck. That was it. So even if you own the lowest grade, poorest quality example, it would still be worth millions of dollars because of the tremendous absolute rarity. Here's one that sold in auction a few years back. Proof 63. They were all proofs. Proof 63, not one of the finest. And it sold for over $3 million because of the tremendous absolute rarity. On the other hand, when we're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we are almost always talking about condition rarity. There are many coins in numismatics that were struck in very high numbers, and they are therefore easy to find. They are very common, at least in circulated condition. But finding them in uncirculated condition, where they have never actually been used for commerce, never been spent, can be quite another matter. And this is especially true in the Morgan dollar series. I've got a Morgan dollar rarity chart that I put together that, and Kim's going to go through it real briefly, and I have the coins in descending order of their condition rarity, from the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition as graded by NGC to the rarest. And it has all the major dates and
all the dates and major varieties. And there's over 100 of them. And this is the first page. And the most common Morgan dollars in the 1881S, over 12 million were struck. Over 226,000 have been graded in mint state. And you go down the page, and we're just going to do this really quickly here. And you could see how they get considerably rarer by the end of the page. That last coin in 1900 only 40,000 graded in mint state, even though it has a mintage about the same as the 1881S. We get to the second page, and you've got, again, we get to coins where fewer than 40,000 have been graded in mint state. Now we're getting to some scarce coins. And just scroll down the rest of that real quick, and we'll get to the third page. And here we get to coins with fewer than 15,000 graded in mint state. That 1921D mintage, that number is incorrect. That's not 14,230. That should actually be 20,345,000. I don't know how that number got in there. But you get down there, and you're getting to some very rare coins now in mint state condition when you get to only 15,000 fewer coins. And now we get to the next to last page. And you still see a lot of coins. Look at that, in 1889, over 11 million struck, but look how rare it is in mint state. And we'll continue on. You still have a lot of coins with mintages in the millions, but very rare in mint state. And there's the 1886-0, and we'll stop right there. Real briefly, we'll go to the last page, just to the very rarest of all coins. And there you see some coins. Again, you've got the 1901P, 7 million struck, extremely rare in mint state. The rarest coin of all, 93S. Now that's a rare coin, only 100,000 struck. That also happens to be extremely rare in mint state. But the coin right above it, 92S, at 1.2 million struck, and yet it's the second rarest coin in mint state in the series. Now that previous page, you had the 1886-0, and this is such a great example here because I happen to have an 1886-0 with me, and you could see there the 1886-0, over 10 million struck, only 1,600 graded in mint state. It's because it's so rare, even though over 10 million were struck. I bought one in a coin shop about a year ago, and I have it with me. But here's one that's sold in auction, MS65 grade, an 1886-0. And it's $161,000. It's a $200,000 coin today. Any uncirculated 86-0 is worth thousands and thousands of dollars because of the tremendous condition rarity in an uncirculated condition. And yet I bought this example in a coin shop for, it was around $35 because it's circulated, and they're very common in circulated condition. There's the 1886-0, and Kim flips it over. You'll see the O mint mark below the eagle there between the D and O in dollar, 1886-0. So when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars, it's all about condition rarity. Acquiring these coins in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition. This is when they can be truly rare. These are the coins that have the greatest long-term potential for the collector of today. And that is the greatest challenge. But that challenge is what gives them their tremendous potential. So many collectors, folks, millions of collectors who own Morgan dollars, yet so few own these coins in their rarest, most desirable, brilliant, uncirculated state. Here you have what is unquestionably the most popular collector series in U.S. numismatics. Millions of numismatists collect Morgan dollars. Here is a printout from the NGC Collector Registry that I have. I only have the first few pages of all the collectors who have their Morgan dollar sets listed in the NGC registry. If I printed out the whole thing, it would be 3/4 of an inch thick. This is just the first few pages. There's thousands and thousands of collectors who have taken the time to enter their sets into the registry. Out of the entire registry, there are only 2 collectors who have sets where the entire set is in uncirculated mint state condition. And there's also the PCGS collector registry. I mean, there you've got several thousand more collectors. And here's the NGC registry. Only 2 collectors out of thousands and thousands who have sets registered that have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition. And these are just the collectors who have taken the time to register their sets. I mean, there's 100 times that many collectors who haven't registered their sets in the registry. You know, these folks are very serious collectors. Now, there are 105 different dates and mint marks to complete the set in the NGC registry. You know, give or take, if you want to collect all those different varieties. There are several important varieties. Nevertheless, you still have over 100 different dates and mint marks needed to complete a Morgan dollar collection. Now, you've got all these people trying to assemble these sets. Only 2 have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition in the NGC registry. And again, the primary reason is because there are a handful of dates with tremendous condition rarity that are out of the reach financially for many collectors. And here's just a few. Here, for example, here's an 1884 S. Morgan in MS63 grade, a nice choice MS63, and it's over $60,000. Here's an 1884 S. Unk details, genuine, cleaning. In other words, it's not even gradable as an uncirculated coin. It's not gradable, folks, because it's been cleaned. It's still over $8,000. I showed you the 1886 O. Here's a 93 O, $10,000. The most famous of all, the rarest of all, the 93S. 93S, just MS62 grade, $115,000. Here's an 1893S in circulated, XF condition, heavily circulated, and it's $25,000. Over the years, I have put together many of the finest Morgan dollar collections for my clients. I've received many awards for these collections from NGC. Here's one, for example, Best Proof Morgan Collection. This is from the year 2006, top-rated Proof Morgan Collection. We call it the Everest Collection of Proof Morgan dollars. Morgan dollars have been my specialty since I first started specializing full-time as a coin dealer in 1981. They've always been my first love. For all the reasons I gave you starting out, I mean, they're just big, beautiful, affordable coins. They're a bargain at today's price levels. The beauty of our Everest Morgan collections is that I've taken my decades of expertise in Morgan dollars to earmark those most undervalued Morgan dates in the series. Those dates that offered tremendous condition rarity the equal to or greater than many other dates in the series that cost many, many times more. And when you look at the coins in the Everest set year by year, check this out, folks. Here we have, when you look at Everest 1, 2, and 3 sets, I have them color-coded. Everest 1, you see all the Everest 1 coins are in a burgundy, Everest 2 are in a light blue, Everest 3 are purple. And you look through each date, where I've got all the dates listed, beginning with the 1878s. They're all ranked for each year in terms of their condition rarity. We've completed all the 1878s. We've got everything but the 1879 CC for that year, and this is a great example. 1879 CC. You look at the 1879S there. It's much rarer than the 79 CC. Why don't we have the 1879 CC in there? Well, because in terms of value, bang for your buck, here's an 1879 CC, a nice MS63 piece. It's $10,000. Here's one in MS61, $6,200. You go onto eBay, you can find pages and pages of 1879 CCs. It's not like they're really, really tough coins to find. I mean, they're out there. I mean, there's pages of them. So I didn't include that, you know, in the set. Now you go to the second page. Again, we're going to go through these pages really quickly, and you just take a look at, you know, how much we've completed with Everest 1, 2, and 3. So many of the rarest dates. You see, I've got everything. I haven't included those dates at the top in 1, 2, and 3. 6 pages? Yeah. And we go through, we got the 1884s. There's your 886-0 we don't have in there yet. '89 CC, that's another coin that's $20,000, $30,000 for a low-grade mint state example, $30,000 or more. And then we're going to finish it out. You know, some of the dates, you get into the mid-1890s, some of those dates are just impossible. 1892S, that's in just mint state 60, it's a $40,000, $50,000 coin. 93S, you've seen the price on that. Those are those dates in the mid-1890s, those are the key dates. And here we wrap it up, 1896, 1897, 98. We've got all the dates from 1898 in there, 1899. So you've got all these coins here, 64 of these coins, almost 2/3 of the entire Morgan collection, folks, for around $17,000. You know, and there's so many rare dates there. There are so many collectors who love Morgan dollars. I love Morgan dollars. So many collectors, literally millions of Morgan dollar collectors in every coin shop, every dealer showcase, every coin show, and so few own a set that is even 25% complete with, you know, 25 different dates and mint marks. For our many clients who have acquired the first 3 Everest collections, you own 64 beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars, the majority of which are better, rarer dates, extremely rare dates in brilliant, uncirculated condition. You know, and they have rarity that equal to or other Morgan dates in the series, as I've shown you, that regularly sell for $5,000, $10,000 and more in the same condition. And you own all 64 of those coins for just over $17,000, 64 coins. Today, I have Everest 4. Everest 4. 8 dates that are not in Everest 1, 2, and 3. 8 dates, with one in particular that is a surprise addition we did not expect to be able to include, but for some very good fortune that Jack was able to jump on. Everest 4 is the last of the Everest series. In the future, we'll be offering the remaining rarest Morgan dates not found in the other Everest collections. But because of the rarity and price of those remaining coins, these dates can only be offered 1 or 2 coins at a time. With Everest 4, you would own 72 Morgan dollars when you include the first 3 Everest sets. That's almost 75% of this complete set, and you've done it for under $20,000. Now, Everest 4, take a look at the coins in Everest 4, folks. The first date, the 1880s. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Kim's going to give you a hand shot of this piece. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1880s Morgan dollar. There's the obverse and reverse. The second date, the 1881s. Brilliant, uncirculated. There aren't going to be any spotted coins, no coins with unattractive toning. Look at the luster on these coins. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. You have to remember, these were large, heavy coins. They were struck for circulation. Once they were struck, they were dumped into bins, you know, with one coin falling on another. The third date is the 1882s. One coin falling on another. From there, they went through counting machines. They were eventually dumped into bags where they were thrown onto trains to be distributed to banks throughout the country. There are no MS-70 Morgan dollars. This is not like the American and the Silver Eagles that are coins that are individually handled. I mean, there's only a few Morgan dollars that have ever been graded in MS-69. I mean, they all have bag marks. The fourth date, the 1883-0. But these are extraordinary specimens, relatively few bag marks, beautiful luster, nice strikes, exceptional luster, exceptional eye appeal. Hand selected by Jack and I. The fifth date, the 1884-0. Again, none of these are in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you're just starting, and you want to get started on the Everest collection, this is a great place to start. If you've already got Everest 1, 2, and 3, this Everest 4 gives you 4 more dates you need for your collection. Beautiful 1884-0. The next date is a beautiful 1885-0. This one looks almost semi-proof like. I mean, beautiful, beautiful luster on all of these. Look at the semi-proof like. Look at the reflectivity in the mirrors, in the fields on that coin. That's the sixth coin, the 1885-0, and then the seventh coin is the 1887P. $1887P. Okay, that's 7 coins. That's 7 coins, but there's 8 coins in this set. What's the 8th coin? This was so perfect. Folks, this was so perfect. When Jack and I acquired this deal, we had a lot of options. One of which was to make a presentation on this one coin that we have, because it's a really special Morgan dollar that deserves its own presentation. It's a much rarer date of a variety that is well known among Morgan dollar collectors. And it's a great favorite among Morgan dollar collectors. We acquired some 1891 CC, 1891 Carson City, brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. We've got almost 80 of them, 4 tubes. This is a coin you rarely ever see offered. It's much rarer in brilliant uncirculated condition than the 1878 CC, the 1880 CC, reverse of 79, the 1881 CC, the 1882 CC, the 83 CC, 84 CC, even the 85 CC, a coin which you often see offered on other shows.
because of its low mintage. But in fact, in brilliant uncirculated condition, the 1891 CC is rarer than all of those in brilliant uncirculated condition. One of the reasons is because the government treasury hoard of Carson City silver dollars uncovered in the 1960s included many brilliant uncirculated bags of these other dates, but there were very few 1891 CCs in a GSA holder. They command a tremendous premium. Here's one in the GSA holder, and this is typical, just a regular, a nice BU MS63 1891 CC in the GSA holder. It's over $6,000. Now, the 1891 CC is a great date. I wasn't able to include it in the Everest 3 Carson City set. But there is also a special variety of the 1891 CC caused by a die imperfection. It's called the Spitting Eagle. And that is the coin we have included as the 8th coin in this collection. The Spitting Eagle, so noted because we have a picture of the reverse where you look at the eagle's head there, and there was a die imperfection, and it looks like, well, it's self-explanatory. What's so beautiful is the population on this coin. You look at the 1891 CCs, folks. Well, first of all, here's all the Carson City dollars certified by NGC, and they're arranged by order of total number certified in descending order. The most common is are at the top, the 84 CC. You see there, 49,000 have been certified in mint state, and they're in descending order. And you get to the 92 CC, a very tough date, only 3,900 graded. The 91 CC Spitting Eagle, they've only certified 3,200 examples in brilliant uncirculated condition, almost as tough as the 79 CC. So Jack and I thought, you know, eventually we're going to need a 91 CC Morgan dollar to complete the set. But wouldn't this be the perfect 91 CC? Wouldn't this be the greatest bonus for our clients? Kimberly's got an example of one here to show you, the obverse of the Spitting Eagle. Beautiful 1891 CC, Spitting Eagle variety. We have almost 80 examples, just short of 4 complete rolls of this coin, which we can include in the Everest 4 collection. Take a look. Here I have my condition rarity chart for those years in the Morgan series, and at the bottom there you have condition rarity rankings for all the 1890 issues. 1891 CC of all varieties, you can see there's over 8,000 graded. Very rare coin. But there you got the 1891 CC Spitting Eagle variety, the rarest coin in that group. I mean, if you're going to get a 91 CC, this is the one you want to get. A key issue for a very, very tough year in the Morgan Dollar Series included in this Everest 4 collection at a great price because we didn't have to pay a premium for the Spitting Eagle. In other words, we acquired these Spitting Eagles at what, for Jack, was a once-in-a-lifetime price. I mean, this was better than any 1891 CC BU Morgan deal he acquired when he was a buyer at Stax. These 4 rolls. So here we have Everest 4. If you have acquired the first Everest sets, these are 8 dates you need. If you have never acquired one of these collections, this is a perfect time to start, because we have the entire 8-coin set that includes the Spitting Eagle. Here's one I saw on eBay as a comp. Spitting Eagle variety. They want $2,400 for their example.
This is a P&G dealer, a Professional Numismatic Guild dealer. P&G dealer, $2,400 just for his Spitting Eagle. We have got the entire set
For only $1,795 for all 8 coins. That's not just the Spitting Eagle. That's the entire 8-coin set. $1,795 is the entire set price, and you're going to get it in this custom box, just like Everest 1, 2, and 3. We have almost 80 sets that we can offer until we run out of the Spitting Eagle variety, folks. Until we run out. And we are getting a lot of calls coming in for this one now. This is something that was a long time in the making because I needed that 8th coin. We had those 7 coins, and I wanted to get an 8th coin that was going to be really, really special, that would make this, you know, whether or not you had purchased any of the other Everest collections, I wanted to make Everest 4 really special at a great, great price. And this came along, and this was just absolutely perfect. I mean, it is one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to get an 1891 CC, which is a rare coin in brilliant uncirculated condition, whether or not you have the Spitting Eagle variety. But to get this variety, to be able to offer it without having to pay a premium so that we are able to offer the entire set at this price, folks. It's just an absolute thrill to be able to finally offer you Everest 4. This is something, again, Jack and I have been working on for many, many months. And the 91cc group came along, and this was absolutely the perfect coin for this absolutely sensational Everest 4 set. There you see the reverse of the 1891cc. Only $1,795 for the entire set.
We've got a lot of people calling in. We just had one individual buying 3 sets. 3 sets. Thank you very much.
That's only $17.95. It's $225 a coin. $225 a coin for this amazing Everest 4 collection. And there you see a blow-up of the reverse of the very, very famous variety there with that die pit that resulted in what looks like, you know, the Spitting Eagle variety, the very, very, very well-known Spitting Eagle variety. Once more, let's go through these, each of these coins once more, Kimberly. One last hand shot on each of these. Again, it starts with the 1880S. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen. Got a lot of folks calling in. I don't know, do we have any open lines there? Any open lines? Everybody is busy right now. Hopefully we'll get open lines very soon. Looks like we have one that may be open, just opened up right now. There's the first date in the series, the 1880S. Again, these are all 8 coins are coins that are not in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you have those first 3 sets, these will be additions to the Everest collection. And if you haven't acquired those first 3 sets, Everest 4 is the perfect place to start. You get these beautiful 8 coins, the 1881S, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimens that include the extremely rare 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety. The 3rd coin is the 1882S. Fourth coin, 1883O. Fifth coin, 84-0. The sixth date, again, hand selected. Jack and I go through thousands and thousands of Morgan dollars to find the nicest choice examples of all of these dates. A beautiful 85-0. There's the seventh date, the 87P. So you got the 80S, the 81S, 82S, 83O, 84O, 85O, 87P, and then the eighth coin, the 1891cc, a rare coin in any brilliant condition, but we have today, while we have them, almost 4 rolls of the 1891cc. We've sold almost a roll quantity of sets at this point. Again, we start with almost 4 complete rolls of 1891cc's that we can, with the Speeding Eagle variety, that we can include in this set here. And this is a very, very popular item now, with getting a very, very strong response on this. We do now have an open line, so if you've been trying to get in, now is the time to do it. Call in now. We just went through this one last time. There you see the display case. These sets will come in a beautiful custom wood frame display case to go along with that is a nice match for the other Everest collections. I want to thank you for watching this presentation from Kim and I on these Everest Morgan dollars. This is a project, again, we started with Everest 1, Everest 2, Everest 3. With Everest 4 here, you've got about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection. If you acquired all 4, it's less than $20,000, well under $20,000 for about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection in brilliant uncirculated condition, with many of the tougher dates in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. That's what makes it so special, is that I went through and I looked for all the most undervalued issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. And in Everest 4, we managed to get a little lucky and get the 1891cc Speeding Eagle variety that we're able to include in this set. And again, we didn't pay an extra premium for it. And so we get to offer it to you at just the price of a regular 1891cc. So it's a great, great series here that we have for you. Thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned for the next presentation coming up. We have something very, very exciting to show you next. I would like you to see the most important headline in the world of rare coins, folks. Take a look at this. $18.9 million, which shattered the previous record sale for this 1933 St. Gaudens, which had previously sold for $7.6 million when it last appeared in auction. $18.9 million also blew apart the auction house expectations that this coin would probably sell for somewhere between $10 million on the low end, possibly as high as $15 million. Well, it sold for $18.9. 1933 is a very important year in United States rare coins, because 1933 is the last year gold coins were actually struck for commerce by the United States Mint. And finding any gold coin struck by the United States Mint dated in the 1930s is a treasure, especially if you find one in undamaged, uncirculated condition. Because these coins were struck for commerce, folks. They were meant to be spent. So finding a beautiful, undamaged, uncirculated specimen that never saw the bottom of a cash drawer from the 1930s, almost impossible. Especially because, incredibly, almost all the gold coins struck by the United States Mint in the 1930s were melted back down into bullion bars. So of the few that were struck, the majority were melted back down into bullion. Today, I've got what I think is something even better than that 1933 St. Gaudens that sold for $18.9 million. Now, this coin isn't, of course, as rare as that 1933 St. Gaudens, but it is extremely rare. And it's struck in the 1930s, and it's at a great collector-friendly price. There is so much future potential at the price I have this coin at, folks. I have this historic classic gold piece. It was struck in 1932 for an historically low price in relation to its gold value. This beautiful classic ranks as one of the most consequential gold coins ever struck by the U.S. Mint that you or I could ever hope to own. It's the Augustus St. Gaudens $10 Indian Eagle, one of the great classic coin designs in all of United States coinage. And this coin was struck in 1932, and I have them in mint state 64 condition, among the finest surviving examples in terms of their quality in existence. In fact, if you go to the Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world, the specimen of the 1932 St. Gaudens $10 Indian is an MS-65, a mere one single grade point higher in quality than these coins I have for you today. Needless to say, I have a very limited quantity of these beautiful works of art in this condition. We have just over 100 examples. But this is the greatest collection of 1932 $10 Eagles in this condition that's ever been offered and that we will ever offer. Folks, these coins should not even exist. The fact that we have them here today is a story that you're about to hear. It really starts in 1929 with the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? They melted them back down into gold bars. And of all the denominations melted back down into gold bars, the $10 eagles had the highest percentage. Nearly half of all the gold eagles struck. And of course, the gold coins that were most recently minted from the early 1930s and late 1920s, that were most commonly found in circulation, were the coins most likely to be turned into the Treasury, to be melted down. Very few United States gold coins struck between 1930 and 1933. That last year gold coins were struck for commerce by the United States Mint, 1933. Very few gold coins from this era have survived that great Treasury melt. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. On the face of it, it seemed like Americans were stuck between a rock and a hard place. You could keep your money in the bank, risk the bank failing and lose everything. You could pull the money out and buy gold coins, risk getting caught and going to jail. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags sitting there since the 1930s, these coins would not exist. Now, I have made a lot of gold presentations over the last several years. Most of them are double eagles, Liberty double eagles, St. Gaudens double eagles. Very rarely have I been able to make a presentation on a St. Gaudens Indian $10 eagle, because very few have survived in any condition. Comparing the $10 St. Gaudens eagle to the St. Gaudens double eagle, struck during the same era, from 1907 to 1933, very few $10 eagles were struck in comparison to $20 double eagles. About 70 million double eagles were struck during that era, only 14.8 million eagles And remember, even a higher percentage of those $10 eagles were melted down, almost 50%. Now here's the most important chart of all. Surviving in high-grade uncirculated condition. That number I have highlighted in red there for the entire series of the $10 St. Gaudens Indian Eagle. Only 28,500 examples have been certified in Mint State 64, folks. Over 10 times more St. Gaudens Double Eagles have been certified in that same grade. And again, a St. Gaudens Double Eagle in Mint State 64, 300,000 graded, is an extremely difficult coin to find in MS64 these days. But then you look at the $10 St. Gaudens Eagle, folks. It is a blip. 28,500 coins. It's almost the same population in 6.4 as the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is in MS66. It is so rare in high-grade condition. We have just over 100 examples in superb Mint State 64, among the finest known. You take a look at one of these coins. If you are new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale from 1, which is the lowest possible grade, which is a coin that is very heavily worn, with the date barely readable, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. Of the tens of billions of United States coins struck before 1960, NGC has never graded a coin in MS70. And they've never graded one of these in MS69 or MS68, folks. These 1932s you're looking at, in this condition, they should not exist as you see them. The only reason they have survived in this condition is because they were sitting in a bank vault in Europe since the early 1930s, literally gathering dust. They weren't moved around from bank to bank. These MS64 examples represent among the finest survivors. If you understand the minting process, these coins were struck for commerce. These $10 eagles with about a half an ounce of gold. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy, so they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. So typically, when you got a bag of $10 Indians, say this bag originally had 500 $10 Indians in it. They came directly from the mint. If you opened the bag and dumped them out onto the table, they would all be uncirculated. But some coins would have a lot more marks, what we would refer to as bag marks, from abrading with other coins. The most heavily marked coins would be the lowest grade in uncirculated mint state condition. They would be what we would call MS60 or MS61. You get some MS62s. MS63 would be a much better grade. Coins like this, MS64, this is phenomenal. Folks, the best way I can show you the difference between the quality of an MS64, I happen to have a Liberty Double Eagle struck in 1888 that's in mint state 60 condition. Now, again, it's kind of, in one sense, it's apples and oranges because a Liberty Double Eagle it's a double eagle, it's a bigger coin. But I want to educate you about the difference between a mint state 60 coin and a mint state 64. And we take a look close up of this MS60. What you'll see is Sasha rotates it around. You see myriad abrasions over the surface of the coin. Even though it's uncirculated, it was one of the most abraded coins in the bag. You'll see them all over the cheek and the fields, all the cuts and scratches. That's an MS-60. Now you look at one of these miracle 1932 $10 Eagles. It's breathtaking. It's almost like it was just struck, ejected from the die, and you caught it on a velvet pillow. I mean, this is extraordinary condition for a $10 Indian. It's extraordinary. Most importantly, folks, 1932 is the last year you have a reasonable chance of owning a United States coin struck in gold at the United States Mint. Timing is everything. And this is the perfect time. This is a window of opportunity to get a rare $10 St. Gaudens Indian in this extraordinary grade for the best possible price. There's an article that came out, and it basically highlighted what I've been telling our clients now for a few years. The cover says, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they mean gold that's most common, okay? 1932 $10 Indian in Mint State 64 is not common. As you can see by my charts, it's extremely rare to get a $10 Indian in Mint State 64 condition. But the key sentence in this article, right here, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, by spot, what they mean is the value of gold per ounce. Right now, gold is around $1,800 an ounce. The premiums over spot, over the value of gold, were much, much higher in the past. I'm going to show you a couple examples of some 1932 $10 Indians that sold about 15 years ago when gold was around $500 an ounce. Here's a 1932 that sold in auction, Mint State 64, same grade as we have here. Almost $7,000 when gold was about $500 an ounce, well over 10 times the gold value. Here's one MS-64, well, that was a better deal. Around the same time frame, sold for only $4,300, still almost 10 times the gold value. Finally, here's one that's just over $4,000, but it's a coin that is graded by ANAX, but it's still sold for over $4,000. So you had these $10 Eagles with about a half an ounce of gold selling for $4,000 to $7,000 in Mint State 64 condition. About a half an ounce of gold when gold was $500 an ounce. That means they had about $250 worth of gold. They were selling in the range of about 20 times their gold value. That's what the premiums were going for, folks. Here I've got these 1932 Ps today. Gold is around $1,800 an ounce as I speak. In other words, in gold alone, there's about $900 worth of gold in this coin. And if these gold coins were going for the same premium today as they were back in 2006, well, you'd be talking around $20,000. But this is the perfect time to buy. This is a window of opportunity. These coins are not based on what the market will bear. They're based on our cost. We got first crack at really the finest group of 1932P $10 St. Gaudens Indians I have ever seen, folks. Just over 100 examples in Mint State 64 condition. Call in now, folks. Call in now. I've got these coins today. Based on our cost, they're not $5,900 or $4,900 or $3,900. $2,900 is a great price, but it's not based on our cost. While we have them, you can own one of these incredible $10 St. Gaudens Indians, among the finest known, folks, $2,495 a coin. $2,495 a coin. I would encourage you, get more than one. This is a very limited time offer. In all the years I've been making presentations on great gold coins, I've never had a group of 1932 $10 St. Gaudens Indians of this caliber, of this quality, in this quantity, just over 100 examples. When these are gone, folks, that's it. Most importantly, if you can't swing the entire $24.95 today, we have our 2 payment option. And that's so critically important because a lot of times, you know, we'll get some people who'll call in several days later and they'll say, you know, I'd like to get one of those coins that you had on your show the other day. And we have to tell them we're sorry, we're sold out. We want everybody who's watching to have an opportunity to acquire one of these coins. So if you call in now, we have our 2 payment option. All you have to do is put half down, $1,247.50, and we will reserve one of these coins, put it in our vault with your name on it, and you pay the balance in 30 days. This is a dream of a lifetime, folks. If you wanted something really special, something that's true Americana, part of our history, these are national treasures. Truly, the last year you can reasonably expect to own a United States gold coin struck for commerce, 1932. All the others were essentially melted down that were struck in 1933. And to be able to own not just a 1932 St. Gaudens $10 Indian, one of his great masterpieces, but to own one of these in mid-state 64 condition, they are stunning. I'll tell you, I've had presentations on $10 Indian gold pieces before. Usually they're MS61, MS62, MS63. I've never had a group like this in mid-state 64 condition. They're very conservatively graded by the greatest grading service, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, folks. These coins you see, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at the Smithsonian coin collection of United States coins, they have the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. Their coins are encapsulated by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. And that's what we have here. The finest coins in these great holders that are made from the finest medical grade plastics that are airtight, that will preserve these coins 100 years from now, just as you see them now. That you may pass these down to your kids, your grandkids. These are coins you want to keep in your family, folks. These are true national treasures. Please, get yourself at least one. I would encourage you, though, if you can swing it, get more than one. This is a great coin that will be very, very good to you, especially at the prices I have them at today. Thanks for watching. Here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Jack, James, and I take great pride in providing you, our viewers, with relevant coin information and special numismatic history. We enjoy creating short documentaries on important people in the coin community, like John Mercanti, Edmund Moy, and Miles Standish. We have also produced film shorts on historical numismatic landmarks, like the Granite Lady in San Francisco, the famed Carson City Mint in Nevada, and Sutter's Mill, home of the California Gold Rush. To watch all these great documentaries and learn more about the wonderful world of numismatics, go to the Rare Collectibles TV YouTube page. Type Rare Collectibles TV in the search bar and click on the pic of Jack and me. You can watch many numismatic videos, including interviews, documentaries, coin trivia, the adventures of Rick and Jack, and much more. And make sure you click the subscribe button in the top right corner so that you'll be notified every time a new video is posted. Where else can you get so much numismatic info and fun all in one place? So go to the Rare Collectibles TV page on YouTube and join the hundreds of subscribers already enjoying our YouTube videos. Thanks for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Fantastic collector special for you folks here today. What I have today are the last of the Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln cents. The Philadelphia Mint was offering proof sets to the public up through 1964, and that was the last year they offered proof sets. After that, it switched to the San Francisco Mint. They had a much different technology. Once they switched to San Francisco, they started using hard plastic packaging instead of the soft cellophane envelopes. And so the more modern packaging, the better technology at the San Francisco Mint meant once you got a proof coin, you had a better guarantee of getting a really, really nice quality coin. During the Philadelphia Mint era, folks, you ordered a proof set from the Mint, and here's the packaging it came in. Envelope, you had to pay a premium for your proof set back then, and you sent your money to the Mint, and it came in this cellophane envelope, and there were a lot of problems with it. They weren't really airtight, and they were pliable, so that meant the cellophane was always rubbing against the proof coins, which would abrade the coins. So there was a lot of problems with this Philadelphia Mint packaging. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'll briefly explain what a mint state coin and a proof coin is. The mint state coins are the coins that are struck for general circulation, the kind of coins you find in your pocket change. The Mint isn't as concerned about the quality of striking mint state coins as they are in getting them out in quantity at the cheapest price possible. So, for example, in the Lincoln cents in mint state, back in the 50s and 60s, they were striking them by the hundreds of millions, sometimes by the billions, because they needed them for commerce. Proof coins were struck especially for collectors. They took the finest dies, they polished them to a very high degree. They put the coin blanks, the planchets, through a special kind of polishing, and then they slowly hand-fed them into the dies, and then struck them not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every detail. And then, most importantly, while mint state coins, once struck, were dumped into bins where they were all abrade with other coins, proof coins were individually handled and put in these separate compartments. Now, unfortunately, this packaging, again, was pretty inferior. And it was especially poor when it came to Lincoln cents, because Lincoln cents are copper, the most reactive of all the metals, more reactive than nickel, more reactive than silver. So here you have proof coins sitting in these packages for 50, 60 years. Most of them are really hazy, ugly coins. I've got to make this a quick presentation, folks, to be able to offer them at this kind of price I have today. Take a look at the coins I have for you folks. Take a look at these. What I have for you today, you can take your pick, your choice of the 1961, the 1962, the 1963, or the 1964 Lincolns in proof 67 red. Red meaning they have their beautiful original color, not red, brown, or brown. And Kim's going to give you a hand shot of just one of them. Just give them a hand shot of the 61, since that's the earliest date. These are stunning, folks. Now, I've pulled comps. I could show you all kinds of comps on these. They're generally around $50, $60. Here's one, a 61 in proof 67 red for $49.95. Here's one for $59. Here's one for $79. Look at this piece. It looks like it just came off the die. That's the 61. You could take your pick of dates. They're $23 a coin. Your choice of dates, $23 a coin. You won't find that kind of price for this kind of quality anywhere else. And if you want to buy a second coin, let's say you want to get a 62, a second coin, we guarantee you a different date. for the same price, $23 a coin. And if you want a third date, a third coin, we guarantee you a third different date for the same price, $23 a coin. Look at this piece. As Kim tilts it around, you see the bright proof surfaces. Look at the black fields. Because again, these came from highly polished dies, so the dies had a mirrored surface to them. And then, folks, if you want a fourth coin, 61 to 64, also only $23 a coin. So you can get 4 different dates, all for only $92. $92, folks. That's it, $92. You know, if you submitted one of these yourself for grading, well, you have to pay the shipping costs. The grading fee is about $20. They're going to ship it back to your registered mail, which is about $20. It's going to cost you at least $45 just to get it graded. Forget about the cost of the coin. Here, they're $23 a coin, $92 for these 4 coins. Now, if you want to go back a little earlier and get a couple of these earlier dates, which are a little tougher, here you've got the 59 and the 60. The 59 is noteworthy because the 59 is the first year that the Lincoln Cent used the memorial reverse. The memorial reverse. They only struck about 1 million proof sets in 1959 versus probably about 1 billion mint state, Lincoln cents. And very few of those million look like this piece, folks. And if you want to get the 1959 and the 1960 large date, you can get all 6 for, again, an additional $46, which is, again, $23 a coin, all 6 coins for only $138. $138. I'm not done yet, because the best is yet to come. Check out the last 4 dates in this set. Because what we have at the bottom, folks, are the last years of the Wheatback Lincoln, very low mintages, 670,000 struck of the 1956. Here you got coins that are 60 years old. Look at this piece. The Wheatback Lincoln, struck at an era where very few people were collecting, folks. These Wheatbacks are most highly in demand. That's the 56. You're going to get 3 Wheatback Lincolns, the 56, for the entire set. Wait till you hear the entire set price, folks. The 56. The 57, proof 67 red. The 58, proof 67 red, the last year of the Wheatback Lincoln. And finally, a bonus coin, the 1960 small date Lincoln, folks. And I'm going to show you a picture that shows you the 60 small date Lincoln, but the difference between this and the large date. This coin is so very much in demand. The 60 small date, basically the date is just smaller than the large date. It represents about estimated 4% of the total mintage for that year. That means, I'm going to show you a chart on the rarity. But Kim's got a blow-up chart. There's the large date at the top. There's the small date at the bottom. You can see the O is smaller. The 6 and the 9 don't extend as far out on the small date as they do on the large date, especially the 6. The 60 small date, folks, here's the estimated populations, the mintages, and the total number of graded by NGC. Now here, a great example. Mint state Lincolns, they struck over 2 billion. Proof Lincolns, 1.7 million. But of those, the small date is only a few percent. That means 65 to 85,000 coins. That's it. And then at the bottom, You can see the total NGC population of how many have been graded in Proof 67 red. 1,165 coins. 1,165 coins. Here's a few pops, folks. I want you to see real quickly, and I'm going to price this out. Wait till you hear this, because again, you're getting the if you wanted just those first 6 dates, you get the first 6 dates for only $23 a coin. That comes to $138. You get to the wheatbacks, the price jumps dramatically for these early wheatback Lincolns. There's a Proof 67 for $81 for a 57. And here's a 60 small date in 6-7 red, $100. Now, a real high-end example, a 6-8 deep cameo, I've seen them go for over $5,000. There's one for 57, it was $51.75. I got another one here that sold for $5,187. Folks, you're getting the entire set. If you want the entire set, let's go to those last 4 dates. It's $138 for those first 6. And here you've got the 4 rarest dates, the 3 wheatbacks and the 60 small date, for only $101 more. That means the entire 10-coin set, folks, is $239. $239. You get 3 wheatbacks. You get the 60 small date. Those coins alone, those 4 coins should be well over $300 just for those 4 coins. And then you get the 6 coins at the top. You get all the memorial reverse Lincoln cents struck at the Philadelphia Mint from 1959 through 1964. The last year these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint in Proof. You know, this is such an exciting set, such a great numismatic opportunity. This is a collector's special. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. You got 10 coins. There you see the 59 Lincoln, that was the first year of the memorial reverse. There's the 60 large date. So you've got all 10 coins. You got the large date, you got the small date, you got it all here for only $239. Now, how am I able to do that, folks? That's because this is my specialty. This is what I've specialized in for over 30 years. I get first crack at some of the best deals, which allows me to give you prices that nobody else can touch. This is where we get a lot of dealers calling in because, you know, dealers can't, you know, they'd love to buy this set and resell it for, you know, considerably more than what you see it here, okay? I mean, because this is a great, you know, special price. This is why I've really focused on this series for over 30 years, because it's allowed me to get into a position where I, again, get first crack at some of the best deals out there when it comes to these kinds of proof coins. And being able to pass it on to you folks watching here on Rare Collectibles TV is really a great thrill. This is a collector's special. This is what collecting is all about. Here you're getting incredible eye appeal, incredible quality, great rarity, at just the best possible price of these most difficult coins, these Lincoln cents struck in copper, preserved, looking like they just came off the die, all 10 coins for only $239. The last of the old Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln cents, which includes 3 wheatbacks, includes the small date, all years, for only, comes to $23.90 a coin. Got a lot of people calling in, a lot of folks calling in here. I've got a limited quantity of a certain number of these dates, especially some of these wheatbacks, especially the small date. But to keep calling in because I've got enough for everybody who wants to get at least one of these sets, okay? I've made sure I really stocked up on some of these key dates so everybody has an opportunity to get in on this very special collector special. From Kim and I, thank you for watching. From day one, I have lived by a real simple mission statement, It's a mission statement that I share with every employee who comes to work at Rare Collectibles TV. It's what we are all about. It's what our DNA is. It's real simple. It's that our service is providing the perfect coin for you. It's telling you, letting you know that we understand that coin collecting is a very personal experience and that we share your goal as fellow numismatic archaeologists to make the collecting experience as pleasurable and fun as possible for you. Thank you for these few minutes. If you just tuned in, you've seen our presentation on some extraordinary 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents in NGC Proof 68 red condition. And we have these sets for only $295. Now again, the size of this collection was something that was the first in my lifetime, where the gentleman who put these coins aside over a couple decades of time, and Kim has the box there to show you a few of the coins he had cut out, where he went through probably over 1 million sets in his time, proof sets from the Philadelphia era from 1964 and earlier, and if you could just pull one of those out, and he had just carefully cut out those cents, those Lincoln cents that really looked pristine, spot-free, and haze-free to him. And out of the 1 million plus sets he went through, we bought his entire collection that was in the thousands of coins. And we cherry-picked all of those that he had cherry-picked. And we had some beautiful Proof 67 sets, extraordinary 6/8 sets that you just saw. And we have a handful of Proof 69 sets. And that is the highest possible grade. Now what's extraordinary about that is that here's a chart I put together that shows the total population of proof coins from 1956 to 1964, NGC and PCGIS combined, graded in Proof 69 condition. And I have color-coded them, where the bright red number means that is the lowest population issue for that year in Proof 69. If it's a darker red, it means that it's the second or third rarest issue in Proof 69 for that year. And if it's in black, it means it's one of the most common denominations for that year in Proof 69. And what's interesting to note about proofs from this era, there's 2 denominations of the 5 that you cannot put together a complete set of Proof 69 coins in. If you wanted to and got really fortunate, you could put together an entire set of Washington quarters from 1950 to 1964 in Proof 69. You could do the same thing with the Roosevelt dimes and the Jefferson nickels. You can't do it with the Franklins. There's a few early dates that don't exist in Proof 69. And you can't do it with the Lincoln cents, because there are a few early dates that really don't exist in Proof 69. There are no 50s, for example. There are no 52s. Here's the best 52 I have in my entire inventory. It's a Proof 67. Here's a 1953 that's sold in, that was a Proof 69 that sold in auction some years ago. It sold for $7,500. If you want one of the earliest Lincolns, they don't exist in Proof 69. This was an extraordinary 1914 Lincoln that survived in Proof 68 red, well over $100,000. Now, once again, take a look at that chart once more that I have that I put together, and let's look at the column for the Lincoln cents. you could see there, beginning with the 1955, that is the toughest. The 1955 you see there, Lincoln cent, is the rarest coin in that entire table in proof 69 condition, the 1955 Lincoln cent. It's rarer than any other coin in that entire table. Half dollars through Lincoln cents. 1956, the toughest coin for that year, only 253 graded. 57, only 362. The 58, only 270. The 59, 293. The 60 large date, 310. The 60 small date, 213. That is the toughest Lincoln from 1956 to 1964. And then you get to the 64, you have only 2,100 coins. What we have today from this estate is almost 20% of the possible existing population of 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents in proof 69 grade. There's a possible 200 plus sets you could make because of the 60 small date. PCGS and NGC combined, they've graded 213 coins. That's it. So if you had 10% of that population, you'd have about 20 coins. We have approximately 20 sets. And just to give you an idea of what some of these coins go for, the most common dates, the 1964 Lincoln. This is the most common date. The second most common date, 1963, $239. But then you get to a tougher date, like the 1960 large date, 320. And the 1960 small date, $500. Again, the small date, they only struck about 80,000 examples. If you didn't see the first presentation, what makes it so special? Well, it's really easy to see in this blow-up photograph we have of the 1960 large date and small date, where the 9 and the 6 are extended on the large date. The small date, they struck about 1.7 million proof sets, but of those, only about 80,000 were of the small date variety, which is what makes it so rare. So, folks, you've seen a few comparables. Just those few comparables come to around $1,100, $1,200 for those 4 coins. Take a look at this set. We've got all 10 coins from 1956 to 1964. Now, if you called in earlier and acquired a Proof 68 set and you would like to upgrade to one of these Proof 69s, while I have these, you can get one of these sets at this price that I'm able to offer at this price because of the opportunity I received in acquiring these coins from this estate that we were able to cherry pick, that had already been cherry picked. So there are no middlemen here. We got the coins from the source. We went through them, and I submitted them all. And you're going to love the price on this set, folks, because the entire 10-coin set, the 3 wheatbacks, the 1956, 57, 58 wheatbacks, which normally sell for $400 to $500 each, the 60 small day, which is a $500 coin, those 4 coins right there are $2,000. The 60 large day, 61, 62, which are $400 coins. This should be a $3,000 to $4,000 set. While I have these, it's $1,295. $1,295. In other words, it's $129.50 a coin. $129.50 a coin. Now, you have to understand, again, these are the highest grades these dates have ever received at NGC. Proof 69 red, the highest numerical grades ever given these dates. And again, you've got the 60 small day where only a couple hundred have been graded. The populations on a lot of these dates are 200 to 300 coins total in existence. And we've got the entire set. This is a set, again, folks, if I weren't so fortunate and I had to pay more, it would be easy for me to
pay more for this entire set than what I'm offering it to you today at. This is a set that I'd normally pay close to a couple $1,000s for to get all 10 of these dates in proof 69. And here I'm able to offer this set, offer it for only $1,295. We've got several people calling in on this. Again, we have a limited number of these in this highest grade. These are the cherries from this most extraordinary Lincoln Cent collection. The last proof Lincoln Cents struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint. The last year of production at the Old Philadelphia Mint for these proof coins was 1964. So you've got the last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincoln. You've got the 1959 Memorial Reverse, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln. The 1960 small date, the 1960 large date. Kim's showing you each one of these. This is as good as it gets, folks. Proof 69 red. $1,295. Another set sold. Another set sold. How many of us have we sold so far, Cameron? He's putting his hands up. Looks like we've already sold 6 of these sets. And there's the last of the Wheatback Lincolns, 1958. 1958, the last of the Wheatback Lincolns. Only 270 graded, NGC and PCGS combined. And then you've got the 1959, the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln. Only 293 graded. 293 graded out of a mintage of about 1 million. That's how rare these coins are. Look at that. It looks like it was struck yesterday. A coin that's virtually 60 years old to get it in this extraordinary condition. And then the rarest of all, the 1960 small date in proof 69 red, where I just showed you one dealer a very fair price, $500 just for the 1960 small date. I mean, folks, the 1964, the most common date, where they've graded over a couple thousand pieces, is a $125, $150 coin. You're getting the whole set. Think of it as getting the whole set for what you would pay for 1964. But you're getting these much, much rare dates at that same low, low price. And there's the large date variety. The large date variety. Think of each coin as $129.50 in this set. The entire 10-coin set, $12.95. I mean, this is the ultimate. When we're talking about getting coins, offering the ultimate in eye appeal, the absolute ultimate in quality, extraordinary condition rarity, and you don't have to pay $1,000 a coin. This is a set that has $1,000 a coin potential, 5-figure potential. But today, you know, again, I've specialized in these kinds of coins, the proof coins, since the early 1980s. My next book, this is going to be one of the feature series, the proof Lincolns, the proof Wheatbacks, the Memorial Reverse Lincolns are so important to collecting. They are so popular for all the right reasons. These coins are beautiful coins, great history, extraordinary collector coins, really, really popular. There are so many Lincoln Cent collectors out there. And there's the next to the last date, the 1963. 2 more sets sold. We're going to wrap it up right here again. Now, we have a limited number of these sets in proof 69 red. The last year of the series, and we're going to close it right out, 1964. The last year of the series, because the next year that they made proof coins, they were struck at the San Francisco Mint, and they had an S Mint mark. So this is the last of the Philadelphia Mint Lincoln Cents, an appropriate point to end this brief little presentation. Again, if you bought one of these Proof 68 sets earlier and you'd like to get a 69 set and you want to upgrade to a 69 set, just call right in. You can do that. If you can keep both of them, you know, it'll probably be a good idea, because at some point you're going to maybe want to sell your lower grade set at some point in the future.
But boy, it would be so good to hold on to this 69 set. This is a set you don't want to sell if you don't have to. I mean, this is something to hold on to, folks. This is the ultimate right here for only $12.95, $129.50 a coin. Thank you for watching.
This is something very special. Everybody wants this issue. This is a coin that was issued to honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. It's a coin series that began in 2017. It is extremely rare coinage. It is also high relief. It is also pure gold. It is also the only time the United States of America has issued a $100 denomination for a gold coin. That little bit of background is enough to really set everybody on a stampede towards the telephone. Get online for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you right now that what I just told you is amazing, and it really illustrates the rarity, but this is Rare Collectibles TV, so we're going to go that little bit extra. Because not only is this the 2019 West Point Struck $100 gold high relief in a perfect specimen 70 grade, but also a proof-like. And folks, this coin is also from the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard is a government archive. It's where your government stashes away a limited amount of coins that they have struck for future generations. Well, because of everything that we've been through in the last 2 years, the market has demanded the release of these coins that the government actually intended to hide away for a long time. The market's demanded that they come out right now. Collectors are knocking on the door. And this is the coin that everybody wants. Now, are you ready to take a look? Now, I ask you, does that not look like the finest proof cameo, ultra cameo coins you have ever seen? Well, it does. And the reason for it is because these coins that we have are the very first ones that rolled off the coining press. The ones that have that amazing contrast. Now, I want to show you the label real quick because, folks, this is not a proof coin. This is a specimen 70. This is a mint state coin, and it also has been designated as a proof-like. And since 2019, ladies and gentlemen, both of the major grading services, PCGS, this one you see right here, and NGC, have only graded 642 of these coins. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard. It's amazing because there were only 12,600 coins in the hoard. Now, we managed to get some of these coins that grade absolutely in perfect condition, a specimen 70 proof-like designation. The mint at West Point and all the mints of the United States of America take a lot of time and a lot of pride in striking coins. And when you look at a coin like this that is designed to feature renditions of the most modern, idea of liberty. And I want you to take a look because this idea of liberty, this modern rendition, this tribute to liberty is classic, an instant classic. It harkens back to the very beginning of the portraits of liberty that we've seen on all United States coins. It has the rays shining from the headdress. It has the 13 stars. It has an amazing, amazing field that is so mirrored. And it is solid gold. And again, there has never been before this series a gold coin with a $100 denomination. Every United States coin issue, every series has a standout coin. For the double eagles, we'd all have to agree that it is the 1907 St. Gaudens high relief. Do you remember 1916? The Standing Liberty Quarter, a very famous issue, the Type 1, a standout issue? Or how about in 1995, when the Mint at West Point struck a 10th anniversary proof silver eagle? There were only 30,125 of those. And that coin today, in a perfect 70 grade is a $30,000 coin. Well, move over, everybody, because here's a coin that is rightfully going to take its place amongst those standout issues. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when this coin was announced, the mintage was capped at a mere 50,000 coins. And that is a very, very low mintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can mention you so many coins that have many, many times that mintage that are world famous. This is a low mintage at 50,000. Well, this is what ended up happening. The mintage is 24,610 coins. Take a look at that right there. 24,610. So this is a series that began in 2017, and to date, it is the lowest mintage of every single year that was issued since 2017. And I want you to take a look at the population as a percentage of the mintage that will grade a specimen 70 in proof-like designation, a proof-like finish. 2.6%. So again, these coins are struck for the collector. They are struck by hand, each and every one, under extreme tonnage, under extreme pressure, with a mint master that is just designated for this one issue. From the finest coining blanks selected that are produced at the mint. And even in spite of all of that great tradition, all of that technique in striking, and all of that artistry, only 2.6% of these coins will garner the grade that this coin has. Extremely special. I got to tell you, in a specimen 70 without the proof-like designation, these coins are flat out rare and hard to get. When you add in the proof-like designation, now, for those of you who do not know what a proof-like is, allow me to take the opportunity to explain. You know, in the days when the mint first started striking coins, the first, 10 or 20 coins or so, or maybe even less than that, and I'm talking about from 1793 on, from the very first days of the U.S. Mint, the first coins, well, they would come off the coining presses, and everybody would notice that they had a certain look to them that was just amazing. The background of the coin, known as the field, would jump out as a mirror. You could see your own reflection. And the designs of the coin, the raised images, would all be frosty, all be satiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true rarity. And I want to tell you right now that this coin can be yours for less than $4,000. And that is big, big news. And folks, I want to show you just how big, but I also want to get it out there because I know there's a lot of you at the edge of your seats waiting to grab that phone. $3,995 is the price of this coin, and if you give me another minute or two, I'm going to tell you how it beats everybody else out there, how it's extremely rare, how it's PCGS graded, how it's the highest grade you can get. Well, you may have heard it before, but you're going to hear it in a whole different light right now. One of the things that we're famous here at Rare Collectibles is buying coin deals, is buying coin treasures, coin collections, what somebody has taken a long time to amass. Now, we have some really great buyers in this country, and one of them is on the road right now, and I hope he comes up with another deal like this. But by traveling around, by meeting everybody in the country, by knowing every dealer and knowing every major collector, this is how we landed a deal like this. Every single one certified by PCGS. Every single one an SP70, a Specimen 70. Every single one a proof-like designation. That means these coins are some of the earliest ones to come off those particular dies that they were struck on. You'll notice it right away, that amazing bounce that's different than all the rest. Thus, they are called a proof-like. Now, after a few more of these coins are struck and the die begins to settle down a little bit and even wear a little bit, you won't get a designation as a proof-like. You may get a designation as a perfect coin. And let me show you some that have. In fact, somebody pulled this article for me, and it's from Coin World, and it's a market analysis. And it says here, buyers demand perfect 2019 West Point struck American Liberty $100 gold coins. And by the way, did I happen to mention that every one of these coins are a high relief? So there again, you get the proof-like, you get the only $100 gold denomination, you get an amazing design, the modern rendition of Liberty, and you get a high relief. There isn't anything that this coin does not have. And on top of everything, it's an enhanced finish. So that was the article that we happened to pull off the internet. And I see that the picture actually is a PCGS graded specimen 6.9 proof-like. Well, we kind of upped it a little bit to a specimen 70. Folks, $3,995. This is what I was warning you about. Here is a coin of which it is the same variety, it is the same grade, and I want you to notice right off the bat, it is not a proof-like designation, and I also want you to notice that it is nearly $5,000, $4,800. And it's a great coin. It's a specimen 70, a perfect grade, not a proof-like. And I want to show you another one right there, over $4,800. Now, I want to show you a PCGS version. We just so happen to have all of our coins as PCGS right now. And here is one. It's got all the bells and whistles, except for the fact that it's not a proof-like. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but a lot. So it's a 70 grade. It's PCGS graded, high relief, $100 gold, beautiful looking coin, $5,075. Now, let me just say again, ladies and gentlemen, $3,995 is where we're at. 24,610 of these were struck by the mint. Of the 24,610, 12,600 were put away for future generations in the West Point vaults. They just made their way out. We have them here at Rare Collectibles. They are part of the 24,610 mintage, but there were only 12,600 that were put away in West Point. The 50,000 initial mintage was reduced. The cap no longer exists. It's gone. They are gone, sold out. The mintage figures are finalized, and they're making numismatic history. And let me just say again, this is the coin that everybody wants. The $20 gold St. Gaudens in high relief, an amazing coin everybody wants. This is a coin right now that you can buy in a grade that you would never get a $20 gold Saint from 1907. There's no such thing as a perfect grade in classic American coinage. Look at the images of these coins. Now, I want to show you another coin right here. This one is graded by NGC, part of the population that I showed you. Hardly any coins graded between PCGS and NGC. And that coin right there, ladies and gentlemen, $6,995. Now, let's explore that a little bit. Let's read that label pretty clearly, because it looks to me like it's an SP70. Same thing with us. But it is not a proof-like. So we're up from that. And it's a high relief, as are ours, and all of them are. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I constantly say to you that we go above and beyond, not just to buy collections, but to seek out the finest versions of every coin out there, you can literally take that to the bank. Because that's what we live for. Now, this is a great coin, and I love to own one in a perfect grade. But imagine being able to do that not for $7,000, but for less than $4,000, and have it be a proof-like. Have it be one of only 642 coins that have been graded by either of the grading services. $3,995. Ooh, and by the way, you can split it into 2 equal payments as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Now, here's no surprise whatsoever. This coin, in many places that you're going to try to find it, is sold out. And when you see sold out coins by some major sellers out there who are all over the place, they don't have coins. You want to know why? Well, because we got there first. That's the bottom line. And there, ladies and gentlemen, illustrates the demand for this coin. Before we went on the air here, I always kind of run by the attributes of the coin for our operators who happen to be listening and our crew who happens to be here anyway, so they might as well hear it, right? And I want to give you everything straight from the top. First of all, when this coin series began in 2017, it was the first series to feature a denomination of $100 that had never been done before in a gold coin. It also features the most unbelievable designs. And all the great artists of mint are in on this, and I'll go over that with you in a second. And this is a coin that grades a perfect specimen 70. It's a mint state coin that looks like a proof. And the reason for it is it's a proof-like, and it's some of the earliest coins, well, what it really boils down to, some of the very first ones struck. And it kind of goes to figure, right? Because it's part of the West Point hoard. So the coins were struck at West Point, and the mint decided they would take some of what they were striking anyways and move them right over into the vault. So you know that these were the earliest ones. These are the ones that were archived. These were the finest examples. These are the ones that were meant to come out 10 or 20 years from now when we could celebrate these great, great coins all over again. But we have them now. And let me just say one more time, folks, these are in demand. And the market, you collectors, all of us, we demanded these coins. We literally came knocking on the door of the West Point Mint demanding the release of the archive at a time when hardly any coins were being produced by the United States of America. And let me tell you, Uncle Sam did not let us down because he knew that we demanded. We weren't going to stop collecting. We were collecting more than ever. We wanted our coins. And the government listened. And the government released this hoard. I mean, after all, they're our coins, right? We the people. We got the finest examples in proof-like at one of the greatest prices. So you can split the payment into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50. I want to point out again, every coin series has a standout issue. Think of the Double Eagles at $20. Great series, minted from 1850 to 1933. The standout issue from that entire series of Double Eagles has got to be the 1907 High Relief St. Gaudens. Well, here you're looking at a 2019 High Relief $100 Gold Liberty. And the design of Liberty is breathtaking. The design of Liberty is classic. This is an instant classic. And when you look at how it is rendered, one of the reasons why it is so eye-appealing is the repeated strikes of the coining press to make this a high relief. If you could feel the surface of this coin, you could literally feel the cheek of Liberty. You could literally feel the hair flowing behind Liberty. You could feel the rays rising from the headdress. You could feel the date. That's what a high relief is all about. And on its reverse, a rendition of an American bald eagle in an example. The way this coin has been designed, the way it has been modeled, the way it was sculpted, the die work, the striking, the purity of the gold, the denomination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no wonder that everybody wants this coin today. No wonder that articles are being written. Now, we're quickly running out of time here. So I want to go over the striking process. Now, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of watching videos of the mint striking coins, let me give you a little blow-by-blow. How's that? Ordinary coins that are meant for circulation go through a high-speed coining press, and they are struck one time, and their purpose is to be released into circulation to be used in commerce. When you're commemorating 225 plus years of liberty, you are going to take the time to shut down the whole coining room to make sure it is a completely dust-free environment, to select only the highest quality planchets. You know what a planchet is? It's the blank before the design is rendered onto the coin obverse and reverse. The mint makes their own blanks. They start out with a big sheet of solid gold, and they die strike these round discs, and they're as perfect as you could possibly imagine. And they test the weight to make sure they're spot on, because this is 0.9999 pure gold. And once they have selected the highest examples of the coining blanks, they are then inserted into the coining press. And the dies that are selected to do the striking are the highest examples of coining dies that exist in the world. And then on top of that, they are the highest examples of the pre-minter's art, because they have yet to be minted. So everything comes together. The extreme tonnage of the press, which is increased because these are high reliefs. So not only would they be struck one time, 2 times, but even 3 and 4 times. to bring out all the relief. That's why you look at Liberty and you look at the Eagle looks like it's flying right off the coin, and Liberty has so much depth and so much detail that it truly is stunning. It's really the only way I could really describe this efficiently, because the first thing you see when you look at this coin is the stunning reflection of the gold. Each and every one of these coins are hand struck. Each and every one of these coins are handmade. And still, only 2.6% will grade in a perfect specimen 70 and a PL designation. Every single one of the prices out there that I've showed you are for coins that are not proof-like. And we managed to beat all the prices. I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with knowledge. We do it with connections. And that sounds really simple, but believe me, when you know where to go, what collectors collect what, where to buy, where to get in on the finest collections, that's how we get a deal like this. We're not sacrificing quality. We've gone all out on these. The highest grade you can attain, specimen 70, a designation of proof-like, one of only 642 coins that have ever been designated as a proof-like and graded a specimen 70. And at $3,995. I really think this coin is worthy of the moniker of being the coin to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. That's when the series began in 2017. Now, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2017, the U.S. Mint issued 33,791 of these coins. In 2019, the coin we're speaking of right now, the mintage was a mere 24,610. And I'd like to remind you again, one of the most famous coins that we love to collect is a Silver Eagle from 1995, and it honored the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, the American Eagle series. Well, that coin has become legendary. That coin has become so sought after in a perfect 70 grade that people are willing to spend upwards of $30,000 for that coin. I give you this coin to consider. A mere 24,610 have been certified. It is designated a specimen 70, a perfect grade 70. It is high relief. It's pure gold. It's $100 denomination, the only $100 gold denomination ever issued by the U.S. Mint is this series right here. And I have to say, everybody collects the American Silver Eagle, and I love that coin. In proof in gold, everybody wants them. The mintages are small. Folks, you would be hard-pressed to beat this coin with an American Eagle in terms of low mintage, in terms of rarity, in terms of designation of the exclusive proof-like finish. This is a coin that was just released by the government from its own hoard. It reminds me of the General Services Administration, the GSA hoard, which was released in 1970 over a 10-year period to the great citizens of this country. It kind of reminds me of that, because there was an instance when the government was holding these coins and they came upon them, literally locked away in a vault, and decided, the GSAs is what I'm talking about, to release them to the public. Well, you fast forward to 2019, and the public is literally saying, where are all the great coins? We are waiting for coins to be issued. The Mint is slowed down to a crawl. And every single issue that the Mint put out over the last couple of years, whether it be gold, silver, platinum, palladium, was scooped up in a second. If you want the most precious of precious metals, that's gold. And the reason why I call it the most precious, it's what everybody wants. It's the original form of money. It's money today, it'll be money tomorrow. It is a $100 gold denomination. And take a look at right there, that image on the screen, the obverse and the reverse. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the design of this coin for just a couple of minutes. First of all, the obverse, created by Richard Masters and sculpted by the man at the Mint these days, the man who replaced John Mercanti, Joseph Mena. This is the obverse, and it features a young Liberty donning a headdress from which 13 rays of light emanate, obviously for the 13 original colonies. And they are meant to represent the freedom and the creativity of the American people. And of course, the original colonies are represented by the 13 stars, as that's always the case. The Reivers, designed by Donna Weaver, sculpted by Michael Gaudiosa. Of course, he's famous for so much work. And, you know, the eagle's depicted as it's preparing to land. And I have to say, the sculpting, the modeling, the feathering of the eagle, I mean, you are talking about one of the greatest examples of American eagle I have ever seen. It is so realistic. It actually looks like a photograph in gold. But that is hand sculpted, ladies and gentlemen. Struck in, that's the high relief effect right there. $3,995. Not $5,000 for a coin that's not a proof like, not $4,800, $3,995, ladies. So if you like saving a lot of money and getting an upgrade, this is the place to come. They're all PCGS graded. The populations are small and the mintage is really, really small. This is rare coin territory at its finest. And this is a unique series, a unique coin, and the highest grade you can attain with the designation of proof-like. It's got it all, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, less than $4,000, $3,995. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50, and you will get an example. West Point wanted to hold these forever. They weren't able to. I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna want to, and I know you will. So thanks again for watching, and remember, this is the lowest mintage in the series, and every one of them is here right now on our set. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
And this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have one of the most extraordinary silver dollars in United States coinage you could hope to own. This coin, folks, first of all, it's extraordinarily low mintage. But that alone is not what makes it so special. What makes it so special is what it means and what the coin is all about. It's an iconic image of one of the most famous battles in our country's history, a battle we're all very, very familiar with. And this coin also celebrates the 230th anniversary of the Marine Corps. But most of all, in this image just seems to me, it epitomizes what our country is all about. It's about average Americans doing something great for their country. And here's the picture that we're also very familiar with, the raising of the flag on Iwo Jima, on Mount Suribachi. Now, we're all very, very familiar with this picture, and in fact, there's a monument of it in Washington, D.C., of this picture taken by Joe Rosenthal. But here, what's most interesting, folks, is here is the original raising of the flag that not many people know about. This is the original raising of the flag when it was first raised, but they decided for photographic purposes they wanted something a little more dynamic. So they had some soldiers reassemble the next day, and they shot this second picture, which we're going to go back to. So you had these six men there, 6 soldiers. You had Ira Hayes, Frank Sousley, Michael Strank, John Bradley, Rene Gagnon, and Harlan Block. And John Bradley wasn't even in the Marines or in the Army. He was actually a sailor. Now, when that flag was raised, folks, Iwo Jima had not been conquered. That was just the raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi. There was still battles to be fought on that island before we had control over it. In fact, 3 of the people in that image, Harlan Block, who's the man who's right there at the base pushing the flag in, Frank Sousley, who's the second man from the end on the left there, and Michael Strank right in front of Frank Sousley, who you can barely see. He's kind of in the background. Those 3 men never made it off the island. They were dead within about a week, died in battle. Only three of those fellows made it off the island. And that makes it all the more meaningful to us. The sacrifices Americans have paid generation after generation after generation to keep our country free. And this is just one of the many things that makes this coin so special. The coin is the 2005 Marine Corps. And I got the best deal on these coins I've ever had in my lifetime. And folks, they're rare coins. There were fewer than 50,000 struck. Now, I'm not talking about the proof version of the Marine Corps silver dollar. Again, this is a 90% silver dollar, same silver content as a Morgan dollar, as a peace dollar. And this is not the proof version. They struck over 500,000 of the proof version. But they only struck 49,000 of the mint state version. Now, to put that in perspective, the lowest Morgan dollar mintage is the 1893S, where they struck 100,000 coins. The lowest peace dollar mintage is the 1928P, where they struck 360,000 coins.